agak clear ya. Jadi
Step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Earth so flat, plain, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Jeran said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he shilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Like a Home Depot. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the fight. With this line, Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Like a Home Depot. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling, what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Like a Home Depot. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on a 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. Like a Home Depot. Like a Home Depot. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. Like a Home Depot.
And we're off. As usual, if you like to support just the channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's start on over to Discord to see if there's any VC whatever. VC's in the VC.
What is out?
I almost forgot to unmute you.
Well, that's not nice.
There wasn't any feelings behind it. I just forgot. So it cannot not be nice because I didn't have any intent there. I just forgot.
Anyways, evening.
Anyways, whatever.
Exactly.
That's what I thought you were going to say. All right, where's
I
Mr.
did guess right, but evening, by the way. I did guess right, but I forgot to tell you. I figured it had to be that one because it.
Yeah, you
top.
kind of knew it had to be that one. Since we're
Neil was asking, why can't we play the real one?
the real. What do you mean the real one?
Real intro.
Oh, we can't because we'll get copyright strike. Remember?
I'm struck. Well, it's still unstruck on my channel. Never.
No, I'd get copyright strike. Yeah, we moved on from that like 4 or 5 months ago. You've been freeze dried or doing hard time.
No, just listening to your viewers' demands. He's in the audience.
He's not a viewer. And I shall not be part of it.
You're using your eyes right now, Neil.
I don't know what I'm not looking. I'm not looking forward to this. He's just. Jeran's just so retarded that it's painful going through this. It's physically painful. I have to stop
I
it.
do want to hear the questions, though.
I have to stop it every 3 seconds because he can't say something coherent for 3 seconds, so I got to stop it. What questions? What are you talking about?
Aren't they going to do the questions and answers? That's why we said we were going to do it today, I thought.
That makes perfect sense. Thanks.
I hope they reference the Earth being like Home Depot so that the intro song was relevant.
I think he pulled that video down from what I've been told. I wasted my time searching. That's all they were doing. Globe Dumpsters crew? Like, for every 3 years, they delete all their videos. All of them. Jeran, Bob. I don't know if Witsit did. But all these, it just kept on, like, revolving into, I'm going to delete all the videos off this channel.
That's mighty suspicious. Can't hold them accountable for, like, their progression into this nonsense that they ended up in.
It's too late. I mean, we did treatments on them. I mean, it's already video cataloged.
That's why it's so important to do what you do. And people get mad, or they're like, you're just shouting out at a already done video, Keely. But they don't understand that it's a very valid critique of what they've put out.
Yep.
Yeah, you're just attacking other flat earthers. This is the rubbish you get off of these idiots. They're not flat earthers. And if they are, I don't care. They're idiots.
What would it matter anyway? I'm just, I'm not prejudiced. If you're a pretender clown, you're going to get called out. It's just the way it is. Now, if you're retarded, I mean, he is a full-on F-72 code. Let me show you. This guy right here, he's a full-on F-72 code, and he's always been that way. Now, Brian's sort of partial to him. He thinks he's got something a little bit more than a caper-sized piece of horseshit between his ears. But, ladies and gentlemen, over the years that I've been showing you videos of this doofus, I don't know how you can come to any other conclusion that he's a full-on F-72, severely mentally retarded. That's what F-72 is.
Just to defend myself, yeah, just to defend myself a little there. I'm pointing out that for me, I can't. It doesn't sit with me that someone can be thick one day and then come out with an awesome piece of information the next day.
Awesome. Show one awesome piece of information.
Over the years, he has come up with information.
Like what?
That just a couple of bits here and there.
Yeah, like what?
A little bit of research he did. The point I'm making is to get to the point of having this information and even understanding some of it and researching it, he can't be as thick as he's making himself out to be.
You mean editing?
I don't think he's as stupid as he's putting on.
You're talking about editing videos and research, right?
No, I'm talking about pieces of information that I hadn't heard from other people. Like, he was the first person I heard to produce the information concerning Samuel Rowbotham, outright debunking your man Alfred Russel Wallace. He's also the first person I heard that referenced Alfred Russel Wallace, as only in recent times. This is recent, a few months ago, as being one of the originators of the whole Darwinism thing.
I knew that. No, I knew that many years ago.
You want to know that? I didn't know that. No, you didn't tell me that. I didn't know that.
Why would
the point I'm making is, the point I'm making is, over the years, he proved himself with different things he debunked. Little when the borders would come up with something, little things he do that would be like, okay, you could say, like, you're saying he's an idiot. Okay, I'm not saying he's a genius.
He's retarded.
I'm just saying he's not as thick as he's making himself out to be.
No, he's retarded, and he's dumber than he's making himself out to be.
I have to keep my own line on this one.
Well, It's unwarranted. He's a full F-72 retard.
Super chat.
Retard.
He held that one out, didn't
Yeah,
he?
he did.
Tony Whitcomb sent, "You've been warned. Every deep breath Jeran makes, then you know lies are going to follow."
It lies. No, retardation's going to follow. I don't know about the lies. I'm not in the lying game. It's an incoherent stream of fucking nonsensical gibberish. Everything that he says, everything. Now, we're gonna have an up close and personal again. I don't know, you guys. I don't think you guys been keeping up on current events. We already went through 40 minutes of this. It's gonna smack you right in the face. All right, I have not listened to this, but it's not gonna get better. I'm telling you, it's not. It can't. He is incapable of it. Are we ready? Might as well get that into it.
The legal disclaimers out of the way.
What? Why is somebody texting me right now? His phone didn't do anything up until this point all day. Now somebody's texting me. What? Friggin' Verizon, shut up! I have to delete them. Why is Verizon texting me?
My goodness.
I should unsubscribe their ass. Delete! They've been doing
Geezer
that shit.
problems.
Shut up. All right. Where was I before I was rudely interrupted by Verizon?
I want to ask Flatsy something.
What?
Flatsy, I want to ask Flatsy something before you start, please.
All right.
Flatsy, do you think I'm unwarranted to take the stance I'm taking?
Oh, yeah.
You think what? Wait, what?
Do you think that I am unwarranted to take the stance I'm taking?
And your stance, like with Jeran,
Yes.
that you think that he's actually smart?
No, that's the straw man. I didn't say he was smart. I just said I'm not claiming how smart he is. I'm stating that he's not as stupid as he lets on to be.
Oh,
That doesn't put him on a scale, a smart, or any part of the smart scale. I don't know. I'm just saying he's not as stupid as he lets on to be.
Well,
That's
we know
my
your position. Now let her speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's completely unfounded for you to have that position.
That's what I thought.
That's brilliant. Adam, what would you say, please?
I think you heard me at the last of them. What is smart, you see? I think you're at different definitions. You're saying, is he as clever as me? No. But is he dumb? I've always argued these guys aren't stupid, but they will sacrifice their public opinion and happily for you to think they're stupid instead of deceptive.
I got 4 words for you. Rocks cause waterfalls.
Yes, exactly.
Right, there you go. And that's my point.
Exactly, Adam.
What?
He can't form a coherent sentence. Number 1.
On purpose, possibly.
Number 2, he's got sentence fragments everywhere. Of course, that's redundant because he can't form coherent sentences. But sentence fragments, a little different spin on it. What he does form is glue sniffing retarded. It's hardly ever sequitur. Hardly ever anything that he says. He bounces off the incoherent walls in his friggin' that line his skull, and he jumps to topic to different topic to another topic to this topic when he's asked simple questions. He does it constantly. They're idiot red herring fallacies. He strings sentences along with no conclusion, no coherent conclusion. Sometimes it's fragmented because of his sentences. It's absolutely second grade retards are blushing. He's that stupid.
Well, you got your Irish clairvoyant potato tree climbing person up, and then Adam enabling him Oh my goodness.
Adam the enabler, is that it?
Yeah.
God, that's rich coming from Kiwi's special niece in Alabama.
Ah, it's his special niece.
Special niece.
Is that Nathan in here? Did I see him in here? Nathan, is that
You may
you?
begin.
Ah, thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm all right. I took Adam's advice and actually took a couple of days off rather than sort of half getting into being ill. I lent into being ill. Now I feel better.
You sounded like death the other day, man.
Yeah, it was rough. I mean, I say I stopped working. I didn't. I joined you guys while you were doing the book, but obviously there was limited input from me while you were doing the book. And obviously nothing stops for the sales of microphones. So
Sure.
that.
Okay. Are you up for the challenge? So maybe ask Brian. Maybe ask Nathan that question.
Yeah, Nathan, my stance on Jeran, and obviously a lot of the BALLBUSTERS, but my stance mainly on Jeran is that I can't know he's talking about the rest of them. Is that I'm not saying at what part of the smart scale he's on, but I don't think he's anywhere near as stupid as he lets on to be. I think he's more deceptive than stupid. That's my stance. Adam kind of enables me with that, according to Flatsy. Flatsy's with QE and just thinks he's thick. What would you say, please?
I've got quite a good crystal ball. Hold on a second. Oh, crystal ball. What are Jeran's motivations? Says he's hungry.
Not motivation. Is he a liar or is he dumb? Yeah.
I think he's motivated by an external entity that we're unaware of. Dark, nefarious entity. Probably wears a cloak. Has cash. Lots of it.
Insidious.
Voldemort.
And not Voldemort. Far more nefarious. As Armani.
Tim, the evil Tim.
No, it's there's just little things that I hear on the grapevine, whether or not they're true, but they do still influence me when we're talking about this sort of speculation, right? I'll give you the one specific example. So, Witsit suggested that the second the Antarctica trip concluded, Jeran was back on the ball. But there was no in-between bit, it was just before we go to Antarctica, flat earther, after Antarctica, ball believer again. That was what Witsit had suggested when Jeran was like, oh no, I had lots of questions. And so, according to what I've heard, Witsit suggested that Jeran just immediately flipped once it was concluded. They go, well, that seems like there's it's preordained. That's probably not the correct terminology.
And?
Therefore, he's motivated by an external entity.
Super! That's not the topic we're discussing.
Meme Cannon sent Shill of the Night, Shill of the Night, Shill of the Night, 1987. Is that supposed to be a song?
I think so. He's going to have
In
to
the show of the night. In the still of the night.
Oh, in the still of the night. All right, fair enough. That's not the question. The question is not...
It's my answer. My answer is, you can only go by their actual actions. What has Jeran actually done? Well, he's corralled a whole group of people into being flat Earth believers, in spite of my and many of the people around us asking me this question. His best efforts to stop that from being the case and better educate him in flat earthing. He is, reluctantly accepted. He hasn't accepted anything, has he? Reluctantly or otherwise. He's just batted for the other side as a flat earther for many years. Then he goes down with a special effects expert to Antarctica, along with Witsit. And then once it's concluded, says, oh, Earth's a ball again, because he saw the sun in the sky for 24 hours. Well, that, to me, isn't a legitimate reason to change sides. Obviously, there's no changing sides for any of us here. We've tried to educate Jeran in the reasons and whys and wherefores of why that is the case for us. He just hasn't accepted any of it at any stage, and, in fact, raced against it when I've tried to proactively educate him in flat earthing. So he seems tarnished. That's the only thing I can say, really.
So you don't think he's as dumb as a root vegetable? You're going off on another I'm saying he's a complete retard below second grade level.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? It's not a thinking. He either is or he isn't. And I got evidence. You want me to hit play?
No, the statement is complete retard.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's a complete retard.
Okay. Well, let's see. Here we go.
Oh, whoa. No rush into retard here. In fact, I've got a request before we do, but what's this show? We've had the head-to-head. We're going to go into the questions, aren't we, right?
I have no idea. I can't remember.
What Nathan was possibly alluding to is the gatekeeping nature of his past.
Sam's me, Marky. You kill him, we'll chill him.
Yeah. Hurrah!
Peter, can I have you?
That's put me off. I kind of gave a little summary at the end of the other show. And I've been pondering on it a little bit in terms of what we did indict them for in the past.
Super thank the Lord.
Meme Cannon sent Nathan is ace.
Thanks. We needed that. Go ahead, Adam.
Gatekeeping. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah. So, you've kind of alluded to it also in terms of saying you kind of judge people on their fruits. And what we used to critique these guys was being polite over coming to any conclusion. And that's kind of also what I witnessed in the first 40-odd minutes. Nobody prepared to take a stance, deal with anything. These are two guys that both went and said the same thing, and they've apparently now got opposing views. But there was no real presentation of that. There was no demonstration by anybody as to why one was right and one was wrong. There was a lot of sentence fragments, accusation from Witsit's point of affirming the consequent multiple fallacy assertions. Yeah, but there wasn't anything that the viewer would take away other than maybe a draw. It was really polite. Nobody swore at each other. But there was no winner, was there? There was no definitive. There wasn't even a definitive point discussed.
That's my point.
But right,
and then here comes the enabling.
And this is my point. I said it at the end of the show. 6 months, and this is what they've come up with. Okay, Joe. No, this is the same controlled opposition where we come out being savaged by a dead sheep. No argument, nothing takes place. It appears so, but nothing's actually said, proven, disproven. Just come out of it, and everybody goes their own way. Kind of a little numb.
Well,
the argument continues.
Oh, yeah, go on, Nathan. I'll go after you.
Well, I was just going to say, I agree, other than you suggesting nothing happens and it's numb. No, the argument is perceived to continue. There is no argument. There is no debate. We're dealing with matter of fact now in 2025. The controlled opposition, as you just phrased it, would be to keep the idea of a discussion, a debate, alive.
Alive.
So
Yep.
Witsit and Jeran seeming to be at loggerheads, ideal.
Huh. Sounds like I got a couple. Sounds like I got a couple conspiratards on the panel.
If you're genuine, you bring it to a head, don't you? Right? But that isn't nice. Exactly as Nathan's saying. Oh look, wait for episode 2, which you can pay $20 for next Sunday.
Well, at present, this is why I think the two of these are doing this at all. Or a big part of the reason, let's just say, the main part of the reason for the moment. At present, in the world of politics, you have Tulsi Gabbard and Donald Trump having issues about whether Iran has nuclear weapons. Israel the US not saying Israel does have nuclear weapons, but not denying that they have them. Other countries have nuclear weapons, and some of them even give up their nuclear programs that they actually originally got from Israel, who supposedly does or doesn't have a nuclear weapon.
Brother.
Iran may have a nuclear weapon or may not. The point I'm making is, what is the common denominator?
That
in what I've
Jeran's
just said.
that Jeran's
No. Hang on. What is the common denominator? Come on now.
I don't give a shit.
Nuclear weapons.
Yeah, nuclear weapon, right? What is the common denominator here?
That Jeran's a dumbass.
No, the common denominator is they both went to Antarctica and experienced a 24-hour Antarctic sun, which can only happen on globe.
Thanks.
According to Jeran.
What's your explanation? Sphere?
The point I'm making is, I can't trust anyone in politics, right, or anyone in the media to tell us the truth about anything, because they either don't learn anything and don't get informed, and they just get their information from lawyers, or they are liars. The point I'm making is, I'm no closer to stating and putting money down that there is a 24-hour Antarctic sun in December. Hang on.
That's not our point. That's not my point. You're off my question. You're off my question. You're off the point.
It's my question.
You're off the point. The point I'm saying that he's
a different one. That's connected.
No, not a different one. Get the Adderall drip out. This guy over here, you see this guy right here? He's a stone cold dumbass. Okay? I don't care about nuclear weapons.
Without assessing the situation.
I don't care about nuclear weapons. I don't care about the analogies.
Write that down. You doesn't care about nuclear. You heard it here first, people.
He's a dumbass. That's it. You want my proof? Here it comes.
Oh,
Exactly.
no.
So, like, if you did that with
What?
Already?
We're having a chat. We're having fun.
We're having a good fun, like. Why are you trying to? Why is he want to hear Jeran talk? What is it?
So I can prove my point.
I've got a much more important argument that needs settling, and I've brought evidence.
Shocking.
You just want to run on.
Yes.
Are you going to do that now, or can I make a different point while you're doing that?
Well, he said, whoa. I thought he had something.
We all got. We were just chatting, and you're off again.
Yeah, I'm here to demonstrate my evidence that Jeran is dumb as a root vegetable. It's not going to be hard. He's going to do my work for me.
There's a certain Machiavellian confidence in Jeran that leads him to be able to corral people, but isn't necessarily the most qualified once that group has been developed. Therefore, you can only assume that it is stupidity. I'll give you an example, a Machiavellian example. You're lost in the woods. There's a group of you, and out of the 10 people, 2 step forward. One says, there's several routes that could lead us out of these woods. I'm not 100% sure which one's correct. What I need to do is assess our situation for a couple of minutes and figure out which way. Before that guy's finished the sentence, another man steps forward and says, I know exactly which way to go. That way. Now, most people will follow the second guy. Sometimes into death. Nevertheless, there's a certain Machiavellian confidence in the idiot, in this case Jeran, that does give them the ability to corral people into the group that is being disbanded. And therefore, you can assume nefarious intent when it is just some dumbass who's managed to corral people through confidence and stupidity.
My point exactly. Can we get to my evidence, or do you want to have some more talkies, Mr. Enabler Adam?
We'd just like to gather a moment, gather our thoughts, but you want to plough on? Fine.
Really? I was buying you time.
I'm not allowed my video. I had a more important question, right? The flatsy, but if he wants to press the video, then that's the precursor to the video in case he didn't want to press the video. You know, you do research all week just in case you need a little tidbit at the beginning. Don't need it.
What the hell are you talking
Don't
about?
leave him shut you down, Adam. You have a voice. You speak.
You're the
You're an
host.
enabler.
I know biscuits and gravy is a gross idea. And
No,
nothing
it's not.
oh, yeah. Well, I've got evidence. Yeah.
Have we got evidence?
What?
Give me another couple weeks. I'll give you some more evidence because it's coming. My back heals. I should be all right.
I've got a question about what we're doing.
We're going to table the biscuits and gravy until then.
My question is,
No pun intended.
why do we care? Right.
About the biscuits and gravy? Because they're absolutely delicious.
Yeah.
Jeran's ignorance or stupidity? Ignorance or malice. Sorry, I got that wrong.
Oh, you got Hanlon's razor, right?
Hanlon's razor, precisely right. Well, don't ascribe to malice what you can equally explain with stupidity. Right? Hanlon's razor.
Yep.
Yes. That's what we're dealing with. Okay. But why? I have stopped caring. So there's been an about turn from everyone all at once. So let's rewind the clock 12 months where I'm saying things like, I want Jeran to understand. He's on our side. He's the biggest flat earther out there. He's got a whole load of people following him. He should understand this stuff. I want to appeal to him. And everyone around me going, why? You're wasting your time. You're wasting your breath. The guy's a shill. He's a waste of effort. What are you doing? Stop. People will start to think badly of you if you continue. Why are you flogging this dead horse? Things of that nature. Now, here we are. He's a globe. I don't care anymore. He's a globe. Who cares?
Well, this is going to reveal things about his true Earther nature beforehand. It's sort of a futuristic, retrospective look.
Okay. I would like to do, because we haven't done it in a while, and I heard somebody mention Witsit suggesting or throwing an accusation of the fallacy of affirming the consequent. Prior to 2025, that is to say, alongside QE saying words, I quote, wait till, what is it? Wait till December.
Can't wait till December.
Can't wait till December. Why was he saying that? Right. Well, because as we were leading up to this, we were being completely ignored. Let's call it an 8 out of 10 on the censorship scale. And what were we doing at the time? We were telling people that it doesn't matter if you want to affirm the consequent for a flat Earth or a globe Earth. They're both the same fallacy. And it's stacked up in false dichotomy. If I observe a 24-hour sun, with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, then the Earth is a sphere. Likewise, if I do not observe a 24-hour sun, then the Earth is an azimuthal equidistant projection. These are both affirming the consequent formal logical fallacies that we were pointing out on the lead up to TFE.
Not the lead up. As soon as he come out with his non-experiment, 30 seconds later, I wrote him down.
Yeah.
And that was okay. And your point?
We don't go through the affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy that is TFE stacked up in false dichotomy between flat earthers and globe earthers to keep the general notion of a debate to be had when we measure Earth flat. We covered that extensively. A question, I suppose, is did Witsit actually lay out both globe and azimuthal equidistant North Pole globe projection map?
I don't think so. But he might. He might. Not up to this point, he didn't. He alluded to them. He alluded to it, but he never specifically outlined them. No.
That's the thing about Witsit. A bit like Jeran. When you question whether or not he's stupid, when he was batting off and seeming ignorant and just offensive about the Black Swan, he dealt with Brenda swiftly with the Black Swan, while simultaneously, or previously, maybe a month prior, being defensive to me about it and combative about it, not wanting to use it. But it seemed like when the moment came and he didn't approve of the person in front of him, in this case Brenda, he chose to use that argument quite effectively. Like, he cut her down in seconds with that argument. And, it was eye-opening. So when you say, is he stupid? To be able to do that, to comprehend the argument, to use it so effectively, so quickly
he didn't.
on Brenda.
He didn't.
He did?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
No, he didn't. You and Neil have this, I don't know, rewriting of the history in your memory. He did not. He screwed it up then. It wasn't anything specific. And he already screwed it up here.
Yeah, but he got it right enough to put Brenda back in her place, and he knew when to use it.
Wow,
the point is he was
that's
using
an amazing obstacle to overcome.
Yeah, but the point is he was using it. That's Nathan's point.
No, it wasn't his point. Nope. He said he used.
Yeah, it was.
He said he used it like a friggin' precise sniper.
Yeah, like a ninja.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And I don't recollect that. So if you can provide evidence of that, Neil said the same thing before. So I'm still, but he deleted those videos. So I guess it's like,
in that case, I was about to say, can't you just accept it as a baseless assertion? But given that he's those videos, I'm going to go with this is a stone cold fact that everybody already knew that I was right about. Bloody hellfire!
But the point is, Nathan, is that he was arguing against it, and then when it came time to use it, he used it.
Yes, thank you for reminding me what my actual point was, Brian. Exactly. When you're questioning his ability to be cunning, let's just say, you go, okay, well, let's see what the examples are. Well, bracing against a specific argument, the black swan, let's just say, I'll agree with you, QE. Let's say he did butcher it. But he butchered it in use to shut down Brenda. Okay, did he deliver it with gusto? No, he did a terrible job. I'll agree with you. Let's just go the other end of the extreme, because my point's still the same, thanks to Brian. Which is to say, if he was dumb, he wouldn't know to brace against it with me, someone who seems to be on the same side as him. Why would you brace against it? And then use it in any capacity against somebody who's seemingly on the opposing side.
Because he's a moron.
Okay. I disagree.
I don't. Yeah, he's a moron. He doesn't know left to right, and when he uses right, he thinks it's left. Yeah, that doesn't mean that he's cunning or he's deceptive. He's just a dumbass.
Means he's deceived you.
Yeah, he's deceived me.
Yeah.
Do you mean he's smart?
What was
That's a win, isn't it? Doesn't that self-prove my point? Isn't this a win-win for me?
Yes.
I'm also aware.
If somebody's subterfuge to intentionally sabotage something is to make themselves look really stupid, so you think it's not an ability they could do such complex sabotage, then that would be a very clever way of doing something, wouldn't it? That tricky. Sometimes you might let your guitar fall and destroy a Brenda, demonstrating you have got a good grasp of things, and then carry on and not even be able to put a sentence together, fragmenting it when you were going.
Yeah, I was just about to say, cut to the sentence fragments and stuttering, or metaphorically him licking the bottom of a bowl out with his tongue.
Yeah, like you don't need him being dishonest or being cunning doesn't make him a genius. But the only point I'm making is that there's certain things he has done and shown, certain abilities he has shown to have, and things he has shown to be understood over the past 10 years.
No.
That his actions and behavior now and in more recent years do not comport with his actions and behavior in, let's say, 10 years ago, 9 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he was acting brilliant back then. I'm just saying that I can't see him as anything other than dishonest. He may not be the smartest guy in the world, but he's smart enough to fool people.
No, he's a dumbass. You're just making that shit up. Everything that's come out of his fucking coherent blowhole ever since he started has been fucking stupid. And I'm gonna prove it as soon as I hit play. I know it. I know he's gonna come through for me.
No, because that's what he's saying today. That's not going to prove it. That's going to. My point is that whatever he's going to say today is he's not as dumb as that. He's putting on the dumb.
Oh, he's putting on the dumb. So you're gonna have to prove that. Good luck. So here we go.
Goodness. Yeah, go ahead, press play.
Yeah, here we go.
Especially.
So,
Yeah,
like I
horrible.
said,
But at a predictable exact rate. So like if you did that with perspective, you wouldn't get the same. We move 69 miles north. The star drops.
No, you don't. You don't move north on a globetard. Welcome to flat Earth. That's flat Earth proof, dumbass.
1 degree. 69 more miles. 1 degree.
That's linear. 69 miles. That's a linear measure. Welcome to flat Earth.
There's the angle.
He also said drops.
Yep. Welcome to
Said
flat
drops.
Earth. Yep.
Drops. There's three. So there's the linear distance, there's the angle, and there's the drops with respect to a flat plane.
Yeah, but drops is wrong. It should be rise. If he said north,
yep,
it would be rise, not drop.
Oh right, what you're saying is he's got it the wrong bleeding way round. He's got he's got Polaris dropping towards the horizon as he approaches it towards the north. What a dumbass.
There's another problem.
Thanks for coming through, Jeran.
Boy, that didn't take long. There's also another issue. The 69 miles per every degree. That's a problem because that's linear also. As a globetard, you have a squaring function. Sunshine. He's too stupid.
Yeah, that's 69 miles.
Yeah, he's too stupid to realize that. Welcome to Flat Earth. Super welcome to Flat Earth again, Jeran.
Meme Cannon sent, let's hear from Adam or Brian for a change. Are you kidding me? They've just gone on their spiels.
I like that idea.
I bet you do.
She's not prepared to defend her biscuits. That's why.
That's why.
I would say.
Oh my gosh.
1 degree change in the elevation angle relates to 69 linear miles, which is the baseline, the surface of which you're navigating.
Yes. Yeah, that's what we already said, Adam. Welcome back.
I've spoken to Jeran about this personally.
I did it more eloquently and included everything.
Yeah, you did say it more eloquently. Okay. Go ahead, Nathan.
But I've tried to discuss this with Jeran personally, this exact subject, and he threw MC Toon's claim of a tangent.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you talking about? You kind of have a ground position at the end of it. But this is Jeran ignoring the reality of a flat plane and then utilizing all flat plane prerequisites. So if you're an audience member, this is the most juicy part of the show. Because, yeah, QE was absolutely right. He obviously knew what was coming. But what's spewing out of Jeran's mouth right now is
did not.
Earth proofs, one after the next. And it's only a short sentence. It's not even a sentence fragment, surprisingly.
I did not know what was coming. I knew I could bank on Jeran because at any moment that he speaks in that mic and anything flowing out of that incoherent blowhole is dumber than a box of rocks. That's my point.
That's a given now. A, because of the... No. But B, because of the position he's taken. Yeah? Better men than him have defended the globe. So he probably, his only weapon is probably sentence fragments.
How can you use this was resolved in 2016 when they were talking about the 1 degree every 69 miles. Remember, I did a little presentation on it a long, maybe I knew it. I argued it in 2016 and straightened everyone's dumb ass out about it versus linear versus squared function, right? This is stupid. This is 2016 nonsense that he's regurgitating. Right?
Yeah, it's 1 degree of angular change of an elevation angle. And that 69 miles is a portion of the adjacent, which cannot be curved. It can only be straight.
I understand that, but moreover, if it's a squared function, like their globetard dictates, yeah? The 69 miles per degree is linear. It's 8 inches per mile squared. Follow?
Yes and no. You're absolutely correct. And in principle, what you're suggesting is one stage removed from the reality that the 8 inches per the linear mile squared.
It's too...
You can't get away from it. Even if you infer their geometry at 8 inches per the mile squared, You still need the linear mile to have it deviating from.
Yeah, that's true. We already dealt with that. Yes. That's what I... Oh, my goodness gracious. Get the damn Adderall. Does somebody have Adderall?
Will you make your point, please, Huey? Make a point. Go through it. I have an issue with square roots.
I already did 3 times, and I'm not doing it anymore. Here we go.
It's not a squared function. That's an approximation.
Don't do that.
No. Yeah, okay. Well, what is your point then, Huey?
I'll dig up Netchuk. I'm telling you, I've got the salts ready.
Because what they're saying is, Brian, that every degree that they move away, right, or move towards, it changes, right? 69 miles. But an approximated squared function wouldn't have that. The distances as you get further away or closer would change. Follow?
I know what you mean. Yeah, along a curved surface.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
That was my point. Along with the linear miles. So it's welcome to Flat Earth. He doesn't know his religion. Not a shocking surprise. I bet you he doesn't even know his own name. Here we go.
Well, I think you should make a bigger thing out of that. I think you should focus on that now. I think that should be focused on, but you should maybe put a little presentation together. Honestly, I think you should point that out.
The audience presentation's happening, right? This is it. If you're an audience member, pay attention. All the things that I just said in terms of what's been proving a flat Earth the whole time is being utilised by Jeran to suggest sphericity as we move forward. Welcome to Flat Earth over and over again. Stop using our stuff over and over again.
Yeah, we need to continue, Brian. I don't want to put a presentation. It's just as simple as that. Okay.
That's not how anything perspective works. If you did that.
That's not how anything perspective works.
Perspective requires a flat plane also.
That's not how anything perspective works.
He's not allowed perspective now. He's a baller.
That's not how anything perspective works. Is that a complete sentence?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's a sentence fragment.
No, it's not a sentence fragment. It's just bad English.
Actually isn't even entirely true, right? So there is, so it's claimed to have like a linear 1-to-1 ratio. This actually isn't.
What's claimed to have a linear 1-to-1 ratio?
True though. Like if you actually look at like the celestial navigation, like the manuals, right?
If you're looking at celestial navigation manuals.
What? Did you hear the words that just spewed out of Witsit? It's almost like he's here to dilute our freaking position, isn't it? He's using the word linear. He's not using it in the way we use it. He's not using it in the context we textualize it. He's diluting it. These people are shills. That's what they're here for.
No, I don't think this goes back to another. I don't think Witsit is doing that deliberately. He's only read half the book, and it was paperback.
Oh no, he is.
You guys are conspiracy. Witsit's a dumbass too.
I say Neil. Neil agreed with me.
I mean, he talks fast. He talks like this blowhole is going like 675,000 RPMs per minute. RPMs per minute. That's redundant. But that caper-sized piece of horse shit up here, it's only going at 3 RPMs. And he's only read half the paperback book. Everyone is Google-eyed to thinking this guy's smart. He is a dumbass. He just talks fast. You slow him down, he's a moron.
I still think he's utilizing some of the jargon that we use to dilute it down. That's just how it seems to me.
All right, that's fair.
But using that standard, if we speed up Jeran, does that make him smart?
No, I wasn't doing that, no.
You cannot take any of the angles like all the way up to something like 15 degrees.
You cannot take any of the angles up to 15 degrees.
And then a few degrees away from 90, you can't even take them. And
why not?
So actually, it's like logarithmic.
So actually,
it's like logarithmic. You dumbass, ignorant, half book reading fool.
I told you, Adam. Now you're on
Paperback.
board. Didn't take long.
Don't forget paperback.
Yeah, too funny, Adam.
For paper.
Actually,
No, let me finish.
Okay.
1 second, too. I'll go after that.
Logarithms, trying to say triangles with curvy bits at the end is what Witsit's describing. Kind of ignores the function of celestial navigation. Ignorant of the process. How, through the majesty of the heavens, we can yield a side length with restrictions that using pure, simple trigonometry, we wouldn't be able to resolve the triangle. Recognize that and you understand what you're doing. You're not doing stuff on the ground. It's a gift and it's a little bit special. And if you're going to try and pretend you're going to maths your way out of it, you clearly don't understand it. There is no maths other than their non-one-to-one ratio.
Linear. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Creed. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, two things. Number one, you can't take this thing about they don't take angles below 15 degrees. They do take angles below 15 degrees when that's the only star they can see, right? But they add in celestial nonsense refraction that they then remove at the end anyway, right?
Right.
So that's no big deal. Secondly, just on Adam's point, this is something the followers aren't getting, right? I have them in my comment section of my most recent video, trying to say that I'm crazy for saying that the Polaris will be like a yo-yo. Now, I didn't say it's like a yo-yo. That's how they're comically stating it right back after the video. Because my point is very simple. If I take an angle to Polaris from sea level, from the top of a mountain, or from an airplane with three different, obviously I'll have a marine sextant, an artificial horizon, and an aeronautical sextant for those three separate angles. But if I'm taking them from 45 degrees, I'll get 45 degrees, regardless of the altitude. Now, that was weird when I first heard it. Adam and Dent Man, when they first told me that, I was like, what? And it was a bit of a strange one, but you just have to accept reality. That's the way it is, and it's true. And instantly I realized, hang on, you wouldn't be able to do this from an airplane if you didn't get the same results. It wouldn't be possible. So the thing is that they keep on wanting to deny the triangle that's used, the right angle triangle, which is just an elevation angle. It's always a right angle triangle. What you do with it after that and what process you use after that, that's your own business. But if you're trying to do trigonometry, you can do trigonometry and you can get, but you can do trigonometry, but only after you've actually used the celestial navigation process. Same one used in astronomy. Excuse me, if you want to know the distance between yourself and the GP. You need that adjacent length to even try to do trigonometry. Now, that won't give you the height of the star, because you do it at 54 degrees and 63 degrees, you get to a different apparent heights.
Yep.
The point being is that you can do trigonometry if you want after you've already adhered to the celestial navigation process. If you don't go through the celestial navigation process, you don't have a distance to the GP and you don't have any apparent height.
Yep.
So, it's just stupid for people to think and to argue that why can't you do trigonometry? Because we don't know what the bloody things are. They don't behave like a mountain. Polaris is not the top of a mountain. Why can't people get that? I don't know. Anyway.
Because
that was more than two things.
Yeah, that is more.
That was more than two things. Yeah, more than two things. Yeah, I'm proud of it.
One thing, two things, or more, Brian.
Starts to compress, almost it's like a hyperbolic, like a geometry.
It's hyperbolic geometry.
But everyone just says it's 69 miles. Oh, it just works, and everyone acts like it works. It doesn't. It like factually doesn't. You can't actually use the angles to the stars lower down. I mean,
huh? How'd you get the angle first? Welcome to Flat Earth.
As things get closer,
Yep. Good. Quickly.
If you can see the star, at 10 degrees, you can use it. This means he did read half the book. He doesn't realize that this celestial nonsense refraction, okay, you can get on to me in a minute, Latty, if I'm going on too long. Celestial nonsense refraction is removed at the very end. He doesn't even realize that.
Nope.
So he's saying you can't do this. That's false information he's given to people.
Yep. Yeah. You know why? Because I told you. He read Not only half the book, a quarter of the book, and it was paperback. That's why.
To the horizon, right?
Horizon? How can Jeran have a horizon on his globetard? Welcome to Flat Earth.
That claimed linear ratio doesn't.
He meat hooked him. I seen the meat hooks. It caught my corner of my eye.
Doesn't happen at all. And just to make the bigger claim, though, because I don't want it to get lost, what I'm saying is it is special pleading in that we're claiming the exception to a universal principle, which is everywhere else. When we look, we know that because of perspective, that things get further away.
You can't have perspective. Perspective does not exist for globetards. Like globetards, you have to renounce perspective because it doesn't exist on a globe, period. If you think it does, I want to see it in the Earth curve mass. I want to see perspective in there represented. Good luck with that.
Way they appear to go down, right? And we see the sky appear to go down, but the globe is claiming, so yeah, it has.
No, the globe's not claiming, and that was a sentence fragment also. Globes don't make claims. They're inanimate concepts, idiotic concepts for that matter.
The same effect as perspective, but it isn't because of perspective. It's because we're physically changing our orientation, right? We agree with that?
That was complete nonsense.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I just want to know if you're talking about if perspective is a mathematical equation.
If perspective is a mathematical equation, the main attribute of perspective is angular size change with distance. There's a formula for that.
Is there a formula for perspective?
Yeah, angular size change with distance. It doesn't encapsulate all of perspective, but a major chunk of it. Does anyone want to comment on that?
Yeah, all angles. Sorry, I'm going.
No, that's my job. Anyway, do the maths bit.
Yep. Good. That's okay. It's your job. What are you going to do?
I don't need to do it. You've done it. I'm just going to shout.
Did I steal it?
Play the video. Let's play the video. Play the bit. I'll do your bit.
Well, what I was going to say is
yeah, right in the middle of me starting the video, what you were going to say was what?
The use of triangles at all to measure vertically or horizontally is a measurement of perspective.
He's looking for a formula of perspective.
Yeah, trigonometry. It's not a formula, I suppose, but it's a
it's geometry. It's category error.
That's a good question, right? People do use a formula for perspective.
Really? What is it?
But I don't agree with it.
You don't agree with the formula? Then what's the formula? Let's see why you don't agree with it.
I think the reason he doesn't agree with it is because he doesn't know it, so it's easier to say that.
Yep. Half the book.
If you actually look into it,
well, we did look into it back in 2016.
It's well known that like visual space is much more complex than this really rudimentary trigonometry that people try to use.
What's he talking about?
Assuming that there's linear visual space. And
assuming there's linear visual space, where are we at now? What happened? Did I miss something?
See, that's the bullshit distractor calf flare. Give me a J. I just want to hear the beginning of who's mathematically here.
All right, a J or two J's, and I'll run it through without any interruption.
Good.
Two J's. All right, here you go. I'll run it through without any interruption.
Right, people do use a formula for perspective, but I don't agree with it. And so if you actually look into it, it's well known that like visual space is much more complex than this really rudimentary trigonometry that people try to use, assuming that there's linear visual space. And
there you go.
I don't know why it needs the disclaimer other than to try and sound smart. Yeah, because we're talking about how we see. But he's actually correct. in the first bit, I think. He's mitigating for compression and Rayleigh criterion. That's why he's described it like that, isn't it? It's not this simple. What you described there, that angular size change at distance. Well, that is, if you want the formula, that's it, isn't it, really?
Yep.
Then you've got compression with a limited deck. But I kind of think that's all right.
Sound like gibberish. I don't know why we're here. It sounded like gibberish to me.
And this has been tested and written.
Well, one second. Sorry. I've had issues with the whole angular size change measurement thing because I've looked into it and it's a bit idealized, to be honest with you, for reality. If you look into it, and it gets into ridiculum after a while with some of the angles of objects and how far they'd have to be away from you. I feel it's a little bit flawed, to be honest with you, because it doesn't really match reality.
All right.
But it's mathematical, so what are you going to do? It's not. It's mathematical. Is based on a perfect system where we're not living in that type. Well, we are, but not in the way that those maths try to portray.
That's a fair assessment, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion here today.
About
it's kind of what Witsit said, though. Yeah, it is, but you just kind of, there's so many mitigations that it doesn't hold true in reality. Yeah. What I said. That's why I've got to give him kudos there. He didn't get tricked into giving just a straightforward formula and say that's it. That's all that happens. Fair enough. You see, again, why is Jeran prompting that? Why is he asking for a formula? It's a bit stinky.
Yeah.
He's been around long enough, hasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. Highest levels.
Yeah, it's to knock him off his game. He has to knock Witsit off his game a little bit, and it's easy to knock him off his game. So that's what he does. That's what he has to do to hide his ignorance, but it's not going to be hidden. He can't hide it.
So are you saying that do you think if we went to 25 degrees north and
welcome to flat Earth? Can't have north on a globetard.
Stop using our stuff.
Now we're off to Alaska. Right?
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know why.
And we kept going 1 degree or north each time, so we get up to 45 degrees. Are you saying that the
what?
Star wouldn't adjust by exactly that amount of degrees?
Welcome to flat Earth. On a number, we already went through the number of different welcome to flat Earth. There's 4 of them in your statement. Scroll back to the initial discussion.
Pause a second.
He's trying to conflate angular size distance for real objects with regards to angular size in terms of elevation angle, which is not angular size. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing here, but he's now mixed the two.
No, he went off to another subject, Adam. He went back to his original subject of the 1 degree every 69 miles. That's how dumb he is.
The size. So give it a J and hear it then.
Give it a J again.
Sorry.
I'll say something too.
Yeah, go on, Bryce. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll say something after it plays and Adam has what he says. I'll say something after Adam.
All right.
Then we
let's go with another. Let's get another J. Let's get the full thing.
Your visual space, and this has been tested and written about at some of the highest levels.
So are you saying that do you think if we went to 25 degrees north and then we kept going 1 degree or north each time, so we get up to 45 degrees, are you saying that the star wouldn't adjust by exactly that amount of degrees?
I see what you're saying, Adam. He's conflating the two. He's abject. He's dumber than a box of rocks. Like I said, you're right. That's what he's doing. He's stupid. He's even dumber than I thought he was. Yep, you're right.
Can I go? If Adam's not saying anything? I didn't know if Adam was going to say something now. I might as well go. No, what he's trying to do is trying to make out that this linear measurement, right, with the distance, won't give them a height. He's heading for it won't give a height to Polaris. Right?
No, he's not. No, he's not. That's not what he's doing.
That's what I reckon he's going. That's my reason on where he's going.
No, you're 5 leagues above him. That's not what he's doing. He's a dumbass.
Well, my point is, yeah, come on, Adam.
So just so far, we've had this question about, is there a mathematical formula for perspective? Because he's got destroyed, and he's already admitted that there's a perspective involved when he's looking at stuff. Yeah, kind of has to. Be retarded. Pretend that when you look at stuff, perspective doesn't apply. And he's asked for a formula. Been shown that there isn't one because this complexity, which is right, I said, and rightly so, which it's not gone into it, but he's probably going to invoke like the things I said. And now he's tried to go, so let me go to 25 degrees north and start traveling. Is that going to be equivalent? Yeah. Is that the same mathematical formula? Yeah, 60 nautical miles, 69 statute miles for every 1 degree of elevation angle, as opposed to the angle that's formed between the eye and the object being observed. It's top and bottom. Something very different.
Yeah.
That's where I'm thinking we're at, Brian.
Well, get ready, because you're probably 180 degrees off.
Just before you press play, Adam, that's where I'm. It's that he's going to try and say, oh, well, your trigonometry is not working here with this Polaris. Do you know what I mean? He's going to try and equivocate. Sorry, I'm just moving here. Equivocate
potato out of your mouth.
Jesus.
Equivocate Polaris with the top of a light pole.
Let's see.
If we go 69 miles north, 69 again, say we do it 10 times, it's 690 degrees, 10 steps so that way, so the North Star will be 10 degrees different. You agree with that?
It will be, yeah, it will be very close. It will not.
I told you he's not doing what you think he's doing. He's a moron.
10 times 69 miles is 690 degrees.
Be exact. And
if you're at 25 and 45 degrees, it should be close, right? Because you're not in the refraction zones.
We're not in the refraction zones.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've crossed over to the refraction zone.
He wouldn't know what refraction was if it climbed on his arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire. This guy, I told you that's not what he's talking about. He's going off on another tangent that has nothing to do with the previous point. I'm telling you, he's going to do it. He's doing it now.
He's mitigating there, trying to be a gentleman, isn't he? Let's have it in the areas where Witsit said earlier, oh, it's not good, but it's not good below 50. It's bad below 15 degrees and very bad round about 90. So to be fair to Jeran here, he's now saying, well, let's do it in the hot spot, baby.
Okay, so that's what you're saying. You're calling this. Let's make sure everyone understands this. Conveniently, we call the refraction zones all the way up to like 15 degrees.
Conveniently, we call the refraction zones. Did he Jedi mind trick into you thinking there are refraction zones? Boy Zero Sky Grifter. Really? I told, they're both dumbasses, man.
These are more above the horizon.
Welcome to Flat Earth. By the way, you can't have horizons on a globetard.
And how does he know you don't have any refraction below the horizon? He can't see it. There's loads down there.
Is the stars start to act way different, right? I mean, that's 15 degrees is super high above the horizon, right?
I agree.
No, but the stars start.
Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way, again there, Jeran. He said horizon. You agreed? Can't have horizon on a globetard.
Acting different. Well, this is what like hyperbolic visual space would predict.
So hyperbolic visual space makes predictions now.
What does that mean?
Wow.
Genuinely. You think you're going somewhere and then magic words. Shazam.
Yeah, it's all horseshit. It's all bullshit. You got two morons conversing with each other.
Excuse me. I actually speak wanker. Hyperbolic geometry is a reference to the inverse version of the 9 inches per mile squared that we don't use, obviously.
9 inches.
It would be a logarithmic relationship.
I know we don't.
So, like on the globe, it's very simple.
Whoa. Freudian slip, surely. Hyperbolic means to deliberately exaggerate, doesn't it?
Yeah. Or hyperbole, as McBugger Eater would say.
Wouldn't you have to know what the star is to make claims of any kind about it?
No.
Outside of just measuring an elevator. Well, you'd have. How can you make claims about it? How do you measure it?
No. I can measure. I don't have to know what something is to measure its distance. No, I don't.
I didn't say that. I'm saying what Witsit. No, listen to what I said. Listen to what Witsit said, and then think about: is he not pre-assuming something about the celestial body in the first place?
I don't know.
Space would predict. It would be a logarithmic relationship. So, like on the globe,
it's a logarithmic relationship. What's the relationship? What's the relationship?
Why? Hold on, that's mine. Like on the globe, really?
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. He doesn't either, by the way.
Globe, it's very simple. We're standing on a globe. There's basically nothing between us and the stars. They're super far away. So the only reason the stars look like they change positions is because we're tipping over. But that's actually not what we observe in reality. All the way 15 degrees or more, we start to see them start to compress and get logarithmic, meaning that
they're getting logarithmic. That's what I say. When I see them compress on the horizon, they're getting logarithmic. That's what
What does that mean?
I have no fucking idea.
I don't know what it means.
the way that they change is exponentially different.
Now they're exponentially different. They're exponentially logarithmically different, Adam.
And even all the way up towards 90. So you're told specifically.
And even all the way up towards 90, they're exponentially and logarithmically in a relationship. My word.
Not to utilize those. So we can say it's refraction. That's not.
What? It's refraction. What's refraction? I'll guarantee you, I will bet the farm that he doesn't know what refraction is. After how many years being out here? Oh boy.
It's not even like a realistic or viable explanation, like 15 degrees.
It's not a refraction's not an explanation, it's a word. A word that you don't know the meaning of.
So conveniently, the difference in the linear perspective and a hyperbolic perspective, it's a wash, right? According to the globe, it just conveniently, we're going to change that range and not use it. We're not going to use the range that would be different between a linear and a hyperbolic visual space.
Adam?
Wanker. Nothing he's saying makes any sense. He's just a wanker.
I'm asking AI, what is hyperbolic visual space? I'm going to ask.
Consulting the mistress.
Yeah.
You deviant.
Sometimes, in the face of immense bullshit, he's very useful. What is hyperbolic? What was it?
Hyperbolic visual space. It's hyperbolic and exponential and logarithmic. Good luck with that.
A model of visual perception of how we perceive the visual world follows a hyperbolic non-Euclidean.
That's deep. Thanks.
Is that also the place where refraction would cause issues with the
refraction? Go ahead, Adam.
Psychology. This concept arises in studies of human vision, particularly in how the brain interprets spatial relationships, distances, and angles in the visual field. It's psychology. It's a
Thanks.
Way of but this is the trouble, isn't it? Because this is psychology.
Thanks, Adam. We got it. So what you're saying, it's psychology?
I'm
He's
saying
saying
it's high quality wankerism. I bring it up.
He's putting more meat on the bones. I'm eating my cashew nuts. I'm happy. But I just said wanker and got on with my day.
Yeah,
Dissecting the wankery and going, what's he actually doing? He's trying to unpack the wank. Adam is trying to unpack the wanker, what he says. And in so doing, he's saying, hold on, to use this term hyperbolic in terms of perspective that we encounter, it would be a psychological perspective if you're going to use it in that context with that word, hyperbolic. And Adam's looked at it and gone, okay, so contextually, if he's using it in the way he's using it, and he's talking about psychology. Witsit is. Are we dealing in a psychological subject? No. So why would he use this word in this context? Well, there's a simple answer. Wanker.
Just like someone who would raw dog their bread with butter.
Yeah, just like
Isn't it? Yeah, but isn't it nice, Nathan, to have your gut instinct verified?
Yeah, it is. It is a good thing. You reach self-actualization.
Yeah, oh, Adam wants a pat on the back. You're doing well.
No, he doesn't want a pat on the back. He's reached self-actualization. About the third time today.
Observations of stars?
Look,
15 degrees above.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
Well, everyone else talked, and as soon as I went to get in, it's a complaint. I want to keep on coming in if you're going to keep complaining. And I'll make sure you have something to complain about.
I'll mute you.
Because I won't shut up.
I'll mute you, though.
Well, that might happen. Yeah, look, none of these, they're not saying the truth. The truth is the star is not meeting the horizon. Because the star is not going below the horizon, because the horizon is not something you can go below. That's simple. You don't need to go into logarithmic or any other nonsense. Hyperbolic visual space. No, it's not meeting the horizon. End of story.
Yep, that's true.
Above the horizon?
Sure. I mean, if you're looking out in the direction, that's not very high, and that's where all the atmosphere is, right? So
that's where all the atmosphere is. Atmosphere, that's a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Sphere is a... Oh, my God. I had it. I was on a roll. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. That's a paradox. Atmosphere. Contradiction in terms. Oxymoron. Idiot.
You're going to be looking through the most amount of atmosphere at about 10 to 15 degrees.
Most amount of atmosphere? Or is there horizontal density gradients? You friggin' bozo.
At this point now, what are we doing?
I have no idea.
Discussing the nuances of Bowditch's American Navigator. What's the purpose of defining this area where you should go somewhere else if you can find a star that you've got a clear line of sight to that isn't 15? What's the purpose of...
There isn't. It's just... It's an incoherent, directionless drivel by both of them to no endpoint. That's what this is.
The ground. That's where you're going to have, if, again, I'm saying if refraction is true.
If refraction is true. Yeah, refraction is true. It's just not applicable in this context because you don't know what refraction is. If tomatoes are true, yeah, tomatoes are true. It just doesn't have anything to do with this discussion. You freaking glue sniffer.
This will be one of those things, though, that Brian said I've heard Jeran say earlier. Not necessarily the first time, but definitely Jeran would have gone, well, refraction is between two media. I would say it's probably been deleted for safety purposes. But there's no way in this journey that he's not pointed that one out.
Oh, there's a way.
From the ground.
Well, at some point,
where you're gonna have...
they would have. Sorry.
Sure they would. And Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
If, again, I'm saying if refraction is true, which I believe that it is.
He believes it is. He accepts without evidence that refraction is true.
And then you just have to say,
refraction is true.
I know it is.
You need two different media for the light to move from one to the other, a boundary layer, you might say.
You might say that.
That's what the globe is saying.
You might say that, but what you mightn't say is that flat earthers or ball earthers don't believe in refraction. That would just be another straw man. Yeah, pretend to be a bit dumb.
Well,
it's another
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Say it. Nathan.
Enabler.
Nope. Say it, Nathan.
Okay, Brian.
I'll say it then.
Oh, Nathan.
I'll say it. Wanker. Okay.
That as well.
Bad,
Yes,
Brian.
I was going to say it's keeping the argument alive. It's keeping the perception of the argument alive. This, what you're saying, what's the point? It's inane chatter or whatever you described it as. Yes, it is. But they're now on to talking about beliefs. So the idea that we can keep this discussion alive based on what Witsit versus what Jeran believes is now being conjured in this discussion. So there is a purpose to it in my humble belief. But obviously that relies on me being a complete conspiratard and suggesting that these two have colluded to make this elaborate and, you know, this dance of what you're calling stupidity, I'm saying is beautifully executed to keep the debate alive.
Right.
Now, regardless of
conspiratard.
Nathan, are you trying to enable an appeal to Brian's clairvoyance too?
Yes.
Good grave.
And he's right too.
Good gravy.
Which I believe.
Biscuits and gravy.
Regardless of what the motivation or purpose behind it, if it's being paid to occur this way or it just organically occurs this way, regardless of which it is, what is actually happening is the idea that there's a debate to be had, kept alive by these two numpties talking about their beliefs. That's what's actually happening, regardless of the motivation for why that's happening. Stupidity or just motivated by cash. It doesn't matter what the reason is. That's what's happening, isn't it?
Don't wax philosophical during this. I want you to pay attention and focus with what they're saying, not the overall big picture view. Okay? You got waxing philosophical. You get Brian stopping it every 5 seconds because of his Brian agenda.
Well, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to now.
I don't blame you.
About refraction. I say it later.
Oh, no, here he goes.
He'll say it later.
That it is. And then you just have to say, well, that's what the globe is saying, is that the reason that
Globe doesn't say anything. It's an inanimate idiot concept. They'll never say anything.
the stars get mushed together.
The stars get mushed together. Is that the white paper technical language of it?
That's what the globe said.
Is because they are being refracted, or they kind of disappear. They kind of get faded.
They kind of disappear. They get refracted. Get faded. You don't know what refraction is. You're a dumbass.
Perspective. Agreed.
Perspective.
In that area. So again, I don't know if that's really because I'm saying we could still take the distance away from 15 and
we can still take the distance away from 15,
away from 90, and then we could, if that's working perfectly as a sphere, that'd be really.
If that's working perfectly as a sphere, it made no sense. Because those are
right. Listen, then, just we're taking it away from 15, then 90, and then if that makes a sphere.
Weird that works as a sphere, but not the 15 degrees that we have left to go. So
what?
You see? Okay.
No, I actually don't. No.
If the glove fits, yeah, then
we
you
must
should
acquit.
If it doesn't, you must acquit.
Thanks. That helped. That was helpful.
I mean, you could just keep doing that section. That
oh God, you're going to interpret a retard.
I know what he's trying to reference. He's trying to reference, right, sneakily, right? I know exactly what he's at because he's being directed by
get
orders.
there.
He's trying to reference a zenith angle that has no relation to horizontal. That's what he's trying, which doesn't exist. The zenith angles are just an elevation angle read the opposite way. They have a vertical and horizontal. The ballers are always trying to remove the horizontal because that's the thing they can't deal with. So when he said they are 15 and then removed from 19, he was talking about, and he showed it with his hand, he's talking about an angle off of the vertical, and he's trying to pretend the horizontal it does not exist in what he's just referenced.
Oh boy.
that you have, and you would be able to figure out that the Earth is 24,901 miles around.
24,901 miles around. That's where he was going, Brian, not what you were saying. Like I said, you're 5 echelons above where he's at. He's a glue-sniffing fungus muncher, dude. And that 24,901 miles, that's linear measure.
Yeah, but he's placing he's talking about the elevate. He's talking about the zenith angle being taken on the surface and then being moved to the center of the globe.
Doesn't know what a zenith angle is, Brian.
Yeah, I've got to admit, Brian, I'm with QE. It just seems to me Witsit's throwing out a lot of cockwaffle and elongated spastic words that he doesn't probably know the meaning of, whilst throwing in a few buzzwords that he's heard from us on, how did you call it earlier? A book that he's half read. Yeah? But Jeran's response is a similar but slightly more spasticated version of a cockwaffle that he doesn't even understand himself. The responses are non sequitur to each other. It's not that they're talking past each other. It's that they've got a general semblance of a subject matter, and one talks, then the other one talks. They're not interacting or talking to each other or past each other. It's just one's talking, then the other talks, and there is no semblance of coherency. There's no semblance of information being disseminated on the audience. There's no semblance of the discussion moving anywhere at all. It's just a long string of buzzwords and cockwaffle. All this is.
Toss that potato in your hopper bowl.
You got it, Nathan. Thank you for that very, very intuitive assessment. That's exactly what's happening.
Simply because you can keep going north, and you would always get 1 degree every 69 miles.
He's got this 1 degree every 69 miles. That's all he's on, Brian. That's all he's got.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. You'll get, as you go north, you'll get. That's the words he used, right? You will get. Okay. What does that mean? It's not the correct connecting words to have a semblance of coherency. It suddenly lacks coherency because of the connecting words. You will get. What, are they handing out degrees? Sweets? As I move north? What the hell does that mean? It doesn't. It's just got a few words that he thinks he needs to say, and they're connected by other words that he thinks he needs to use to link them. Now, it doesn't matter that these two sentences, fragments or otherwise, aren't making any sense. He's just got to say them, and then eventually Witsit will start doing the same thing, which is waffling out crap that means nothing in response as far as the audience are concerned. Now, there's going to be some people out there, like Adam, no offence to you, Adam, who go, there must be some semblance of coherency in this nonsense waffle. Let's see if we can put it back together on their behalf.
Yes. Yep. That's exactly what Adam and Brian does. They're so far above these retards that they claim aren't retards that they think they can reinterpret what retards are saying into some semblance of coherency. That's what they do.
No, it's
Now,
just because me and Brian are good Christian souls.
I promise, last thing. I don't care why I'm so clear in what I'm saying. I couldn't care less about Jeran anymore. This used to keep me up at night. I'm not even joking. This used to stress me out, right? Now I don't care. I can see it for what it really is. But there is, for Adam and Brian, as you're putting it on their shoulders, I'm just going to continue in that vein. If I agree or not, it's irrelevant, right? The idea that you can put some sense into this, because you want there to be some sense in it. You can't fathom the idea that two idiots can just talk to each other or talk past each other, just talk, and an audience can onlook and go, yeah, I'm just not smart enough to understand this at one end of the extreme. And at the other end of the extreme, Adam and Brian's end of the extreme, they go, well, no, they're actually geniuses. They must be doing this deliberately.
Right, so obviously you could wrap yourself up in your little bubble and package them as you've just described, or you could look at what this is and look at how we're controlled and contained and misrepresented. This is the biggest, we're reviewing it as flat earthers. This is the biggest thing out there. This is the next thing to go to the next generation of people that investigate this subject, because they won't come here. They're not able to get here. So this is what goes out to the masses. This is the equal and fair and polite and calm argument from both sides. That's why I'm watching it. That's why I see a bit of fun in spot the straw man, yeah, and then watch how supposed people who had, as you've said, supposed people who had an argument a year ago, 2 years ago, before they went and got the brain freeze, suddenly can't use them today. Or won't use them. That's where the sport is, just seeing how we are gatekept. Unfortunately, you might call it conspiracy, but this is it. This is what gets out to the masses. This is what Joe Rogan will watch, bring his opinion to a conclusion, and many others.
Yeah, you're begging a question. Do you actually think there's an argument in here?
I was proposed, why do you bother to sit here? A, because QE does it, but if you are going to sit through it, what can you get out of it? Oh, no, exactly. Watching cats juggle is not the sport, but you can see that, unfortunately, they're not two dumbasses. They're two very controlled people. They're very careful in what they say. Yeah?
They're dumbasses!
More importantly, very careful in what they won't
They're two dumbasses, dude!
Okay.
Enabling. You enabler, Adam. Here we go.
This is what happens
you
when
can say that.
a diet of biscuits and gravy, you see.
Oh, they speak for themselves. I don't have to prove anything.
Yeah, that gravy is not even brown. You can say what you want, right, about me and Adam, but me and Adam know what we're talking about, and we're not taken in by this nonsense at all. And Nathan, did you say sentence fragments earlier?
Absolutely, Robert didn't.
So I see what you're saying. I mean, again, you're just going to claim that that's. I'll have to look into what exactly.
I'll have to see what you're saying again. I think that you're claiming and off to a different 3 fucking sentence fragments. You absolute ass clown.
The formula is, because I do know that refraction.
Now we're back to the formula. Formula for what?
Refraction does break down as well. Not refraction, sorry.
Refraction breaks down? Not refraction. Okay, what? Now where are you going?
The perspective breaks down close.
Yeah?
Was it?
Close to you and far away from you.
Holy shit, dude.
I'd like to put a challenge out to anyone, Discord, anyone, come and join us. See if you can put 30 seconds together of ramble like that, where you just break and go somewhere completely different, and actually do it in such a almost plausible manner. This is practice. To not say anything and cock waffle like this takes effort.
They're object morons.
It takes effort to say that amount of stuff and say nothing. And nobody, what could you hold Jeran Campanella to even have after saying?
Retardation.
Nothing. He said nothing. But he said nothing. You can't take out what he said and go, you said this thing, because it's all fragmented.
Yeah, he's retarded. Proving my point.
Just to Adam, that's not difficult. I mean, I'm not going to do it right this second, but there's been many a time on the show where we've been watching somebody and I'll just mimic them doing something similar and just waffle off a load of rattly nonsense that doesn't make sense but could be seemingly coherent to the untrained ear. That's to say that if your audience is dumb, I'm pretty sure Witsit and Jeran's audiences are dumber than they are. They just assume that these long, complicated words like hyperbolic are just too complicated for their precious little heads to worry about, but that's why they're watching somebody smart like Witsit. In other words, there's an impression that they're smart. Now, you're seeing this and going, nah, to be able to string together incoherent nonsense waffle takes talent. I disagree.
I think you do your colleagues at drama college a disservice, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does because of the way that everyone tries to use like linear geometry for perspective. So like and this is just an assumption, but this has actually been written about for decades, and it's just people don't even want to go touch it. And like there's I've done a stream on this, right? It's a very basic way to disprove this idea, because when we look at railroads,
disprove what idea?
we know that they're physically parallel in reality, but they look like they converge. Okay, but according to planar geometry, they don't ever
According to planar geometry, they don't converge.
There's no such thing.
Yeah, it's just geometry, and it's not according to anything. They're train tracks.
Right, according to the railroad company.
What the hell is this?
I imagine you're like train driver day one, and they say, want you to drive out there, and you go, forget that, mate, look, they meet in the middle. Over there, I'm not going to let the train will derail.
My God.
Yeah. I'd like to say something more on it, but if I go saying that and QE's going to shout and give out to me, and then Flatsy's going to come in and accuse me of something like being an enabler, when that's what she's doing. She's enabling QE.
No, because Adam is the enabler.
Data involved. Go on.
Adam is the enabler of you being Mr. Clairvoyant Potato Tree Climber.
Well, you're the enabler of QE being whatever he's supposed to be.
I don't need to be.
Oh, right.
I don't need to be enabled.
Yeah, well, it's obvious that the ping pong golf ball is the incoherency bouncing off the rafters of these two guys' brains.
That's a nice little twist on things. All right, now where are we going? I forgot where we were at. Where are we going with this?
converge. They're just parallel. So if we were seeing in planar geometry, we would see them just remain parallel. So obviously there's a difference between how we see in actual plane geometry, right? Because it's converging. They appear to converge. And what they end up saying is, oh, well, we have a formula for that. Yeah, you made a corrective adjustment to the trigonometry because planar geometry.
Really? Corrective adjustment to the trigonometry? Is that what you did, Adam, when you look at train tracks?
A lot of the time, I get a pen. You know, thanks to the new phones, you don't have to have pen and paper all the time.
Right?
Yeah. Look at that. But yeah, just go. Well, got to take in the lens, my eye. Maybe those train tracks don't meet.
Yeah, but the problem with this is, I have to state this, right? The train tracks is a very bad analogy when we're talking about the earth and the sky. Because the train tracks, if you put them, one of them above the other, so you're looking along the edge of the one on the ground with the other one above your eye line, what's going to happen is the closer your eye line is to the one on the ground, right, the more apparent ramping down the one above will do. So when you get closer to the one above, the more apparent ramping up the one on the bottom will do. When it comes to the sky, when it comes to the sky, we try and bring in that type of thinking, and okay, it's warranted up to a point, but we don't know what the sky is. So that is kind of a terrestrial thing, and it does adhere to the sky. I'm not saying it doesn't up to a point, but we can't. It's idealized because the sky is. We don't know what it is, and we're trying to fit it into our terrestrial world, and we can't.
I spoke on this before. It's a false equivalence, false comparison fallacy. That's what you're saying. I talked about this before, and Adam, he started to get a Woody over it. Remember, Adam?
I remember, Adam.
Okay.
Man,
I've had a couple of Woodies. Yes.
This has been like
deviant,
a well-known problem. It's just like the elephant in the room in any discussion about visual space. And
what's the elephant in the room when we talk about visual space?
Problem.
What's that?
It's a well-known problem.
Oh, it's well-known.
The elephant in the room is the well-known problem.
Okay.
I will say they actually recently had to address it because they
Who are they?
were utilizing planar geometry for perspective with robotics, which required extreme precision, and the robots were off. They couldn't accurately position things even in small rooms because it was such a precise need of visual.
All flat Earth, you see, because robots didn't used to work. Robots not working. Flat Earth. What? Where are we?
I don't know, man. It goes in so many different directions. I don't know. You don't know you don't know where it's going.
I just keep reminding myself that this is two guys who've not met in debate for 6 months since they both came back from Antarctica, right? And we're here to discuss that. And now we're talking about how our eyes work fundamentally. We've been allowed to be Jedi mind tricked into this being part of any debate. Yep. This is why I say it's controlled. He's not.
Oh, that's a step too. That's a step too far.
Either that, or Austin's like a goldfish then, and his short-term memory. He's not only stupid in your book, he's not no short-term memory at all. Just goes, oh yeah, we're on this now. Oh, robots.
Yep.
Tracks.
Alignment.
Yeah, so
because
of perspective.
They actually had to start to integrate like hyperbolic visual space. So now we have.
There we go. That's he made the connection back again.
Have a huge situation where we're assuming that we see in straight lines.
Listen, the baltards have to deny the very existence of perspective. End of story. That's it. You can just end it right there. But nope, we're into this cock waffle by a couple of wankers that don't know their ass from a pipe wrench.
On a globe, and we map the whole globe out that way. And if we're
map a globe out what way?
What? Give me a day. We went for eyes to mapping the globe. What?
Robots to mapping a globe.
It takes talent, Adam. According to you, this takes talent.
Yeah.
It does. You see, yeah, I spotted it, Oakley. You sat there. You didn't go, oh, what a complete and utter disconnect. You went, I'm under your spell with it.
Now we have a huge situation where
you're happy on your heroin, aren't you?
Holy shit. I just started playing it.
Yeah, but what you're hearing from a chuckle from Brian is the penny dropping, as he's appreciating that you are making apologetics for these two wankers and their cock waffle. That's just all there is to it.
They had a meeting. Those two guys had a meeting before they come in here, and they put this all together. Adam and Brian. They know what they're doing.
I thought to make Jeran now.
We're part of the Flat Earth debate wake-up crew.
I see what you did there. That was brilliant on so many levels.
I know that.
It was. It's an Adam and Brian gender conspiracy.
Duh.
It's me and Adam are the Flat Earth debate woke-up crew.
It's just the fact that you'd have to have such superior intelligence to be working together in the way that you are behind the scenes to work against me and QE. I feel persecuted. I feel like you two shills have definitely collaborated and used your superior intellect to work against us in the good work that me and QE are doing here.
Yeah.
You see what I'm doing?
Another straw man nonsense.
It's not my bandwagon, but I'm jumping on it.
Odd, isn't it,
now
Brian?
we have a huge
Yes, Adam.
Shut up.
Hey, what have we got now? QE and Oakley making apologetics for these two fucktards.
No, never. No,
Yeah.
that's not what we're doing, glue sniffers.
Run off into the distance and debate perspective, but they're only poor little puppies with 3 legs.
Right.
Yeah. They want to straw. They need to straw man us then, Adam. Our points are very clear, but they can. I've yet to hear our points being clearly given back to us. They keep on being a straw man version, and you can include Flatsy in that one.
I'll follow my source. I positioned this in such a way that made it seem like I was righteous in my previous or prior indignation towards you guys when you were dissuading me from trying to, change Jeran's view. Well, now I'm saying no, they're just dumbasses, right? And it's because I've got less of a vested interest that I'm capable of standing back. It's because I've got less of an emotional investment in Jeran. Like you know damn well that I've said it prior, and I meant it when I'm like, no, this is stressful, right? He's on my side, and he's not seeing it from our point of view. Now it's so easy to just go, no, they're just talking nonsense. They're both retards. It is easy to say that now, but to say that, I've got to say something further. I was wrong. I too was once where Brian and Adam are. Sorry, can you play some violin?
No, you were not. Me and Adam were trying to tell you that. We were the ones telling you, not Neil and others, and you were the one not listening. Now, let me give you some evidence that Jeran is completely dishonest. And this whole thing is a sham.
Did you not hear his
Go on.
confession? He just said, right, basically, I can't be asked to validate my opinion anymore. It's just confirmed it. I'm going to say in happy bliss that they're just retarded puppies. There's nothing malicious about them. There's no negative intent. They're just dimbos.
No, I'm not saying. Shut up. I'm not saying that they're not grifters. That's another topic. It's already established that they're scammers and grifters. But what's going on here is complete dumbassery, is what I'm saying. So don't take it out of. You're taking it out of context. So just sit down and shut up and listen to these morons.
Where we're assuming that we see in straight lines.
We see in straight lines. Were you assuming that?
We do.
On a globe, we
do.
map the whole globe out that way. And if we're actually not, if we actually see with curved visual space.
So we map out the globe that way with linear, okay?
Right there, if perspective is not perfectly linear, the globe can't be true.
They can't. Jesus. What a moron.
Like on his face.
Do you not see what's happening here?
Every
I'm sure you're going to describe it.
Unpack it for us, Brian.
Right. He's giving the globe perspectives. The fella who you think is too stupid to even know what it is. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Sure he does.
angle measurement, the way the entire globe model is.
Entire globe model. What's that? You got one. Let's see the globe model. Fucking idiot.
Is set up. It's based on assumed straight lines that we see in. So
it's based. The globe model is based on assumed straight lines that we see in, Adam. There you go.
Actually, don't even see it that way. And
so you're saying that we see curved lines to the stars?
Stop. Did you hear what he said after you summarized it? The next statement was, but we don't even see that way. What have you spent 25 seconds summarizing this position nice and clearly to then undermine it under your breath and then move on? It's just nonsense, isn't it?
Yes. Let's go. Let's get a J for that one.
The model is set up. It's based on assumed straight lines that we see in. So we actually don't even see it that way. And
so you're saying that we see curved lines to the stars?
That's exactly what he's saying. Yes.
He's just straw. Roofy is probably having cows right now. He's been bending straight lines for years. Straw man of the bull raise.
That's a good one, Adam. A lot better than Nathan. What he said a minute ago. Much better than that.
It's a little better than that. And M. Scott Veach, too, he likes the bend straight lines.
I'm saying that like the collective visual space itself, yes, like towards the bottom, what happens is...
Oh, my God. Sentence fragment.
The extremity, so like towards the as far as you can see. When you
towards as far as you can see. Makes perfect sense.
Get closer and closer to the limit of how far you can see.
Yeah, is that where the horizon is?
You start to have like an actual curved convergence.
There's a curved convergence there, Adam.
Yeah, Adam. See, what are they going to do now, Adam? What are they going to do with that?
What are you going to do with it? You twist that into making any semblance of Brian. Make that.
The stars don't converge. That's the point. And they don't do that. They go away in a straight line.
Well, he gave up the ghost. That was quick. Adam.
Nonsense.
Adam, yeah, it's pure nonsense. Adam, any comment, or can I move on?
Let's see where we go.
Okay.
Oh no! I would just push for concession from Brian and Adam right now.
Okay.
Just admit it. Just fall on your swords like I've done. I thought these guys were smart too. I was wrong.
We never claimed anything about their level of intellect. We're claiming that they're not as stupid as you and TV think they are. And Flatsy.
Okay, well, we'll have to continue.
So, put that in. I'm going to pull a J, and we want you to make something coherent out of this.
This is the extremity, so like towards as far as you can see. When you get closer and closer to the limit of how far you can see, you start to have like an actual curved convergence.
Go ahead.
Makes sense of that, yeah. So what he's actually talking about there is compression.
He never said that word.
He never said that.
No. You said make sense of it, not repeat what he just said.
No, you can't add anything.
What was the request before we go on?
Make something coherent out of that.
We'll start with the last two words.
Adam, don't answer.
Just the last two words. Make sense of curved convergence. Go.
Yeah.
Adam, don't answer it. The stars don't converge. So you're trying to make sense. No, they put you in a position. I just said a minute ago, the stars don't converge with the horizon. They go away in a straight line and disappear. They don't converge with anything. They're now trying to put you in a position where you're trying to deal with what Witsit just said, which is incorrect. It's something that doesn't happen. Right?
That's what we're doing. Yes, that's what we're doing.
Adam's a good guy, and they're not going to have you two chancers do that thing. Yeah, with Flatsy Richie.
I was going to cite Ranty as my hostile witness.
My God.
Panda boat. Not shark boat, panda boat.
Wow.
That will show you the non-linear compression that occurs.
Yeah, but they're talking about the stars, Adam.
I know, but you see, Witsit also knows about this, and he thinks it's relevant. Yeah, it's not, but he can cock waffle for a little bit about it. Yeah, skirt around it without naming it, because he's probably not read into it that much, but he remembers Panda Boat with Ranty. Yeah, but this is what we're talking about. It's non-linear compression at the horizon. Yeah. What's this got to do with anything?
Nothing.
About
it doesn't.
Bathing penguins at midnight in Antarctica.
Exactly.
See,
it doesn't.
That's what I'm saying to you. If you want to suggest these guys are smart, and you've got to make some semblance of sense out of this, like this is being done because they're smart or the shill's trying to lead us astray, any of that stuff that would need intelligence behind it, this demonstrates that they're just retards.
Hang on a minute. This is confirmation, boys. The Nathan's trying to come up with here, and Kiri's not far behind them. That's fancy. Adam, what's going on here is very simple. We didn't say how smart or stupid they were. Our point is that they're not as stupid as they're letting on to be. Now that doesn't mean that they're mental level, and it doesn't mean that they're eating crayons. We're just saying that this is a put on, and they're not as stupid as they're letting on to be. So to judge them on what they're saying here, and judge on their apparent intellect on what they're saying here, it's a bit dodgy because you know that they know better.
You know that they know better.
Yes, they know better than that.
No, they don't. They're retarded.
Yeah,
they're retarded. That's my position.
We don't say how retarded they are.
We do.
It's F72, severe mental retardation, ICD-10 code. Both of them. He's more retarded than he is, though. Definitely. But they're actually both retarded.
You do see that with the stars, and that's why even in the manuals, they say don't even take the measurements up to 15 degrees.
Sorry, I meant, do we see, you were talking about...
Did they say in the manuals what? That was garbled bullshit.
Don't even take the measurements.
Super measurements.
Sasha sent, once upon a time, there was a sense.
There was.
About like railroad tracks converging in the distance. So things, as they go away from us, converge, but stars don't do that. Is what I'm saying. The stars...
Oh, no, yeah, they definitely don't do it like the rate. If they do, it's like hard to even notice at all, for sure. Right. But that's why I did immediately concede that yes, the sky isn't just like very basic, but they're
what
in.
The hell?
There you go, Adam.
Why? This is the point where I say this is where you can tell it's a stooge. Because at any point previously, Witsit wouldn't have responded like this. He wouldn't have gone into, I'm not going to deal with the nonsense you've just said, Jeran. Apparently stars should converge now. Yeah? What? There's a phrase, isn't there? Parallax, if you're going to deal with that. That's not what he's doing. He's been led happily, and he's engaged with the straw man of why stars don't converge. What's going off? This is what I'm saying. This is like eunuchs fighting now. Where are your balls, boys?
No, where's their brains? They're retarded, Adam. That's the You're not getting it.
You're not. As you get mugged off that these are just innocent little puppies.
Like a different realm almost, right? We don't.
Yeah, pause a second.
Regardless.
Sorry about that. I tried to get in. Wouldn't go off on me. Calm down, Flats. You'll get your chance to have a go at me in a second. Right. What Jeran is trying to do now is subtly claim stars not converging as something to do with a globe, when it's the complete 180 degrees opposite of that. They have to converge if it was a globe. They don't converge. I know what's going on.
Think about.
I'll take go, Flatsy.
He ain't got anything
about the Earth.
No, nothing.
It's well known that what happens in the sky is like something totally different, right? Like we don't know. Like according to the globe, it's
We can all agree that, though, can't we?
Yeah, but it was put together clumsily.
It's pretty crazy as well. It's actually, I would say, much crazier. I'm not claiming
Much crazier. Everything's crazy. It's crazier than crazy.
to know exactly how the sky works, and I'm also.
What do you mean how the sky works? What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean? What do you mean when you say some shit like that? What do you mean how it works? Other than being a pragmatic fallacy from dumbass land, what does that actually mean?
Ping pong golf ball.
How can anyone answer that? How does the sky? It's so immensely vague, so ambiguous. There's nothing you can get your teeth into. And what the fuck does work mean? What the fuck are you talking about?
I think it means whether you have to put a battery in it or you have to run it off the mains. How does it work?
Jesus.
So acknowledging that perspective is not exactly like this one-to-one. I don't even believe that it is linear. The evidence shows on the Earth that perspective is not that way. So now if we're going to add way more distances to the star,
we're going to add way more distances to the stars? Really? We're going to add way more distances to the stars. It's grammatically a train wreck.
So, a translation for everybody listening. QE has utter contempt for retards.
Yes. Now, not if they don't pontificate, I got no issue. It's only the pontificating retards that I got issues with.
I don't have a problem with retards. I have a problem with deceivers.
Here we go again. The foundation of it. We're just arguing over Hanlon's. This is Hanlon's razor, baby.
Why do you not just with measurements?
Shut up.
Pause a second, Kiwi.
Hell no.
Remember earlier I said, 1 second, point to make. Remember earlier I said that Witsit was presuming stuff to do with the stars and their composition, what they are, etc., etc., etc. You shut that down. Here he is now talking about distances. Distances to what? You'd have to know what they are. They have to have a distance. They'd have to have a geometric consistent location.
No. You're missing it. It was grammatically retarded, sir.
No, it's not.
That's not.
Superchat.
Super retarded.
He said, no, it's not. It's super chat. Sasha sent Witsit sea level and topography profoundly, please.
Can you agree with me, QE?
No, I cannot.
Issues.
No.
Hang on.
No. Is that rhetorical? No.
I
cannot.
Those things. See, this thing, I don't look at the surface of what's being said. I go past that as to what's going on in the brain.
You tried. That's what we're charging you with.
And I'm okay with it because Witsit said distances. For something to have a distance, it has to have a consistent geometric location, does it not?
Dude, what I'm trying to friggin' tell you is You and Adam, I'll say it again. You're 5 to 10 levels above these retards. And what you try to do, you try to make sense out of total retardation, and you frame it in something coherent that was incoherent. That's what you do. You two guys have been doing this shit with these two bozos from the beginning. And anyone else, really. You try to frame incoherence coherently. It's what you guys do. What you two guys do. You just leave it as it lay. I don't need you to interpret retardation. Got it?
That's going to be kind of boring for me, but if I'm forced into doing it, okay then. Same for Adam. Sorry, Adam. We're not being hell. Come on.
It's deliberate incoherence and it's deception because he knows damn well you could end this argument with measurements 1, 2, 3, game, set, match.
Thanks, Neil. That was right on point. Yeah, you and Adam are guilty of this. We pointed this out many times.
So, Adam, what exactly are we guilty of?
Oh my God.
How would you word what we're guilty of? Would it be guilty of not having the wool pulled over our eyes by wankers?
It's called the AI fallacy.
Yep.
Sometimes, even though your friends can't see it, Brian, I'll persevere. Even though they get really triggered by it.
Low blow.
Yeah, you're told that you have potatoes in your mouth and God knows whatever else. Terrible.
The resort to ad hom. It's a desperate,
right? Where you have to account for curved visual space.
Let me just say so you understand my position.
We have to account for what? What did you say? 1 second.
The stars, right? Where you have to account for curved visual space.
What?
Curvential?
What? Curverential? Is that what he said?
No, he said curved visual space.
Really?
Let me just say so you understand.
Go back
to the stars, right? Where you have to account for curved visual space.
You're right. He just said it. So I still don't understand it.
Wow. Flatsy, you speak Witsit.
Are you the dumbass whisperer?
Let me just say so you understand my position too. I'm not buying into any of the other stuff yet. That all takes being convinced like I was of the sphere. So everything else is on the table, but the sphere.
Everything else was on what table?
Sphere is not something at this point that I think can be changed.
Sphere can't be changed because you got the explanation sphere, right? Idiot. Why did you shrink yourself down into the corner, dumbass?
And nothing's now the sphere.
Yeah. No, this is a good point for us, right? He just said, right, he said everything else is basically up for grabs, but not the sphere. The sphere can't be changed. In other words, what he's saying is it's a globe, right? Geometrically. This same guy, right, is in Antarctica in December 2024, saying that it gets very cold when, at one point during that 24 hours, when he's at the base camp, and the sun goes behind the mountain for 2 or 3 hours.
Oh, God.
And there's all these people around him who are within earshot and listening to exactly what he's saying on the live stream, right? And he said the same thing before he moved from that camp several days prior and went over to where the camp they used for observation. Then Will Duffy comes out with footage, right, time-lapse footage or whatever, of the sun not going behind the mountain. Now, you can't tell me that this guy is just some random idiot who fell back into the globe. I'm sorry. I will not have the wool pulled over my eyes like that.
Right. It doesn't work anymore. It's the Earth is mapped as a sphere. It operates as a sphere.
The Earth is mapped as a sphere. How does the Earth operate as a sphere? How does something operate as a shape? You dumbass cracker.
Yeah, but Witsit could end them right now.
Well, he's got that look on his face. Maybe he's going to jump on him. Let's see.
Again, yeah. Is it flat locally? Yes. So do we?
Is it flat locally? Yes. So at every local position on the earth where everyone's local, it's flat. That is making the whole thing a horizontal plane.
He ended himself.
Yep. Welcome to Flat Earth, dumbass. Super dumbass.
Meme Cannon sent Brian's violin lesson fund.
He's going to need
That's from the simp category.
Mm.
You're attracted wit simps. That's what you're getting.
It doesn't surprise me anymore that we have manuals saying treat the Earth as a flat, motionless plane.
Yeah, it shouldn't surprise you because it's a flat, motionless plane.
Because that's what you do.
Well, there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks a lot, dumbass.
If you did it anything else, you would.
If you did it anything else.
I can't defend that one.
Yeah, I know. I was going to call for it, but I figured I'd let it go.
I can't defend that.
Counsel.
That's a simple one. Just that one. I can't defend that.
Oh, it's not. It's going to be a lot more than one.
Crash, because you don't need to do that. The Earth is so big, we just don't
The Earth is so biggy. How big is it?
have any understanding of spheres that are.
We don't have any understanding of spheres, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Don't understand large spheres.
This is the position he should be taking. It's the only position he can as a baller. Yeah? So biggie, no nose downy. That's what he had to say.
Well, it's very simple what's happening here. Jeran is admitting, right, without saying it, yeah, it's measured flat. Yeah, it's totally flat. We treat it as flat. It's always flat, except for the ball. So that's what Jeran is doing. And Witsit sitting there nodding his head.
Yep.
The point is...
Home Depot, exactly. I was thinking that same thing.
It's like a Home Depot.
Yeah. Hey. Doop, 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 doop.
Gotta love it.
If this is a flat earther, QE, after just being given that gift, if he doesn't deal with it and jump all over it as a flat earther, then you know it's a stooge.
Oh, this guy, if he doesn't jump all over that, is what you're saying.
That's a stooge, doesn't he? You've just been given that gift.
Listen.
Give it a J.
Listen, yeah, I'm going to give you a J. Listen, they're not mutually exclusive. You could be a stooge and a dumbass at the same time. Got it? I'll give you your J. Do you understand that, Adam? Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Say that again, please.
Say again?
You can be a stooge.
I said you could be a stooge. They're not mutually exclusive. You could be a stooge and a dumbass at the same time.
Yeah, me and Adam aren't disagreeing with that.
Yes, you are.
No, we're not.
You say they're just stooges. I'm saying they're dumbasses.
No, we're saying they're not as stupid as they're letting on to be.
Oh, yes, they are, and I've proven it up to this point.
Motionless plane, because that's what you do. If you did it anything else, you would crash, because you don't need to do that. The Earth is so big, we just don't have any understanding of spheres that are large enough that are in the entire world.
That are large enough or the entire world. That makes perfect sense. Keep looking down, you fucking idiot of a idiot.
He has to.
What are you doing? You writing your fucking memoirs? He keeps doing this like he's looking down and writing something with his face down.
They'll be paperback.
I want to write that down. Jeran from Jeranism just said that. Yeah. Give it a J. That's his ball now. That's how he justifies his ball. Listen to it.
Surprise me anymore that we have manuals saying treat the Earth as a flat, motionless plane.
Sorry, you were replaying it. My bad. You carry on. One more, Jay.
The Earth like it's flat. So it doesn't surprise me anymore that we have manuals saying treat the Earth as a flat, motionless plane, because that's what you do. If you did it anything else, you would crash because you don't need to do that. The Earth is so big, we just don't have any understanding of spheres that are large enough that are in the entire world.
That sentence fragment, an avoidance of saying Earth's so big we measure it flat, because he doesn't want to paraphrase our catchphrase verbatim. So it came out as a terrible sentence fragment. But what he's basically admitting is Earth is measured flat. We deal with Earth as a flat plane. I'm not surprised NASA say that we'll deal with it as a flat plane because we just don't understand spheres. No. What's to not understand about spheres when you comprehend that we're dealing with it as a motionless flat plane? That is how we deal with it. There's no not comprehending spheres in that fact. That's the facts. We deal with it flat. We measure it flat. It's flat. What's that? Yeah, oh no, us dealing with it and measuring it flat is our lack of comprehension of really big spheres. Wanker. We just measure it flat. It is that simple.
He's writing his memoirs in globe apologetics. That's why his head's down.
Yeah. Wanker. Yeah, you want to get on with the rest of the cucking to societal rhetoric, don't you, Jeran? It's sad. Well, fair enough. Like Ranty, I'm sure you'll be welcome back with open arms. Everyone will love you now, Jeran, now that you've cucked to the it's so big we can measure it flat.
Don't move on here, Kiwi, because this is the first kind of thing he's made as a statement, and admittedly it's an ad hom. Oh man, we can't comprehend how big a ball is in traveling over it. Well, actually, Jeran, we can. We actually have proof that you're not traveling over ball. It's called pitch data. Yeah. So I'd like to can we call that up? Because there's been a lot of shit and nonsense tonight. But just this should demonstrate, no matter what you say, with straight and level flight at a consistent altitude, demonstrates we are aviating the Earth flat. Aviating as in traveling over possibly a really biggie sphere.
Yep.
We do understand it, Jeran. You clearly don't. Because your only mitigation is that we don't understand. We do. And in actually analysing that statement of yours, we've got one of the best at Earth proof. It's called pitch data, son.
I'll pitch slap him.
Do it.
I'm not going to do it. My question is, are you for sure and without a doubt positive that he can dress himself? That's at the level that I'm at here right now.
You can afford Mexicans to do it now.
I want to show this real quick just so I'll get your answer on this one, Austin. So this is, you can see my screen.
Oh my God. Three sentence fragments. No, I'm not going to.
Now that I'm sharing these little things here.
Yeah, actually, I did find out that I can help you share your screen if you want.
Okay, well, I'm all right. I think as long as people can see that. So this was on Twitter.
Let me make you. Let me make you bigger then.
I'll bet
it's
you.
It's super.
I'll
small,
bet you can.
Right? So.
But it is kind of serendipitous or whatever you want to call it. That
it's serendipitous. What's serendipitous? You spooning with your boyfriend over there?
This is the 6 month to the day anniversary of this particular observation. So
this particular observation. That's meaningful.
This is the 24-hour sun on December 14th in Union Glacier. So this is what Austin and I both saw. We both know that we were both there. We both
know that we were both there.
Both know that you are both liars and deceivers, don't we both know, QE?
Yeah, we do know that. It's documented. Yes, sir.
Both know there was no trickery. There was no funny business. That's the freaking sun. And it...
Whoa! First trick of lying. Definitely, if you're lying, you start with definitely not lying. It's true, honest. Good.
Yeah, no trickery. Yeah, definitely. It's honest.
It does circle your head in Antarctica. So once we see that, something interesting is if we go now to...
Something interesting is that we go down to... Really?
Pause. if we go now to the Google Earth here, you can.
This is Google Earth.
See that? Yeah. So I've got Google Earth pulled up, and you'll see up here that I've got the date as 6/14. You can't see that high? Oh, it's a little about. Let's see if we can get this. You can see it.
Holy shit, dude.
Shoot, hold on. I don't want you to see.
My God.
Sorry. Stop. Okay. Let's go with this one instead. That's better. All right. Now you can see it up there. Right. So you see at the top.
You just by the Earth mode.
16. I went back 2 days.
But you'll notice that
What's that?
picture of the sun on Google Earth. That
I know, it's fantastic.
This is at the north.
I wouldn't
at
have
80
to
degrees.
go to Antarctica to see a picture of the sun, 24-hour sun in Antarctica on Google Earth. Oh,
16. I went back 2 days. But you'll notice that this is at the north, at 80 degrees north. So
This is at the north. This is at 80 degrees north.
where them two guys went?
Say again?
Must be where those two were, surely. It's not somewhere they want to go next year, is it? Together.
80 degrees north. I don't know. Maybe. Welcome to Flat Earth. You can't have north on a globe, tart dumbass. And where'd you get the degrees? Can't have that on a globe, tart either.
So the complete opposite of where we were 6 months ago.
You're completely opposite at the point where you were 6 months ago. Really? In Google Earth? Idiot.
And if we play the
What?
You'd get your location here because you can't see Polaris from the sun. And the best day to get it would be today. Because the sun keeps its position today. It's a solstice.
Yep.
Another weird thing for one day at both, 2 days a year, it actually, you don't have to make any adjustments whatsoever. No matter what time of day it is, there's no need to adjust the precision based on the sun's position. It strangely maintains it.
That's right. I think it does for several days, a couple of days, both at 21st of June and 21st of December. It's like it just holds its position, doesn't change at all. Yet it changes for every other time of the year, consistently.
Speaking of which, it's friggin' it's Bolivian hot here. First day of summer, right?
Okay.
Not for us.
Thought I had that. Not for us.
No, that's another thing. That's another thing I want to go through with you sometime very soon. Go on, sir, Adam.
That was literally it. I am boiling.
Well, let me just.
Now let's just continue.
The sun does the exact same thing that we saw it do, only the opposite. It's the
opposite.
Opposite direction.
Opposite directions. Oh my God! You're not gonna do this. Or he did it the last time. Is this left and right and right and left? Right? He thinks those are directions.
Gotta be. This is the gift. Now this is where you sit back and you just enjoy the retardia.
Yeah. See, you even admitted it. See there? Yep, we got a convert, Flatsy.
The retardia. Why has he got to say this? Surely he's figured this out.
Not why. He said it. Not why. We're not into divining motives here, Adam. He said it. Let's see where he goes.
Agree with him as well.
Whoa.
And there'll never be a flat model ever in your life.
There'll never be a flat model.
Naomi Campbell. Kate Moss.
You don't know what models are. Models are used in actual science. This has nothing to do with actual science. You're an idiot.
Can't even charge him with the fallacy of incredulity either. So, because he can't even, he doesn't know what a model is.
Yep.
For your children's lives, it will ever explain this, and it doesn't
ever explain what.
And I'll do my little turn on the catwalk.
Oh, brother.
It doesn't matter if you say it's personal incredulity. That I don't know how something works, so no, because
I don't know how something works. No, but sentence fragment. An idiot.
there's been flat earthers forever.
There's been flat earthers forever. What an amazing statement.
And they've never, not one person, not one entity, not one Daniel Shenton, not one.
Daniel Shenton? What the hell are you on about now?
A Lady Blount, not one.
You can't even argument from incredulity, right?
Daniel Shenton, not one. Lady Blount, not one.
Lady who? Let's hear that again.
Entity, not one. Daniel Shenton, not one. Lady Blount, not one.
Blount? Who the hell? Lady Blount. It's Blunt, you dumbass cracker. Blount. Where'd you get that from? Maybe from Ptolemy. Fucking idiot.
What did it say on his hat?
Retard ears.
Nah, it's the Golden State
Pierre, not
Warriors.
one Allen, not one Witsit has ever been able to explain it. So
explain what? What do we need to explain when explanations are meaningless anyway? Fucking idiot.
If your level of proof reversal fallacy, is that what you're going to say? Dumbass. Acceptance of something is you're not allowed to say that it doesn't, just because I don't know how.
You're not allowed to say that it doesn't. Oh, another sentence fragment. It's so difficult to even listen to him.
Works. Well, how many people need to?
Let me go back. Let's get the whole convoluted sentence fragment filled fuckwittery.
Shenton, not one. Lady Blount, not one. St. Pierre, not one. Allen, not one. Witsit has ever been able to explain it. So if your level of acceptance of something is you're not allowed to say that it doesn't, just because I don't know how it works. Well, how many people need to say that something doesn't work until we know it doesn't work?
Oh my God.
Golly, that was terrible.
What did I say to you? Go on, Adam.
Well, by that logic, if I don't know how my computer works, computers don't, yeah? That's what,
No, Adam.
Why it's flat, and that in itself is a nonsense, isn't it?
No, Adam, everything he just said did not string together at all incoherently.
Now, I said earlier that the whole purpose of this was so that both of them agree on this 24-hour Antarctic sun. Right? I am absolutely validated.
Well,
this
good.
is what the whole purpose is.
We're glad.
Hang on. You keep trying to stop me here. I'm trying to make a point. Right?
Yeah.
Earlier on, I brought up Jeran claiming it gets really cold in the base camp when the sun goes behind the mountain for about 3 hours. And then Will Duffy shows footage of the sun not doing that. The whole purpose of this is to promote the TFE. That's the whole purpose of it.
I don't really care. He's retarded. That's my whole purpose being here, is to demonstrate that he's retarded. I really don't have to do anything. I could prosecution rest at the minute mark back here.
Okay. Let's just say you validate that he's a fool. Right? How does that change the underlying premise of the deception that's happening?
I don't care about the deception. That's not why I'm here. He's retarded.
Actually, we have to get to the conclusion that something will never work, and we move on from there, and we just leave it. We don't stay on something and say, well, we still think the Earth's flat no matter what, even if it doesn't work. There
doesn't work. What do you mean work?
There is a model that very simply.
There is a model that's not flat Earth or a globetard, and there are no models. That's category error. Why are you jumping back and forth between reality and models, you dumbass?
His feeble attempt at just argument from incredulity, and it's just a mess.
Yeah.
I'm in a consequence.
Says, of course, you would see 80 degrees.
What?
This guy's gone all the way to Antarctica to see the sun. And when he comes back, the first thing he does when he screen shares is go to Google Earth.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Surely
yeah,
you'd have all the footage. You'd have 1,500 memory cards if you hadn't gone on that trip. Yeah. Irrespective of what you thought, whether you change your mind, you'd have so much data, wouldn't you? But no, where are we? To prove this point, Google Earth. 30,000 feet.
He doesn't have a point. He didn't make a point here. But I understand what you're saying, yes.
North, the opposite of what you would see 80 degrees south 6 months later, because that's how the globe works. It's what it...
How the globe works? How does the globe work?
Predicts. It's what it calls for.
No, it doesn't predict shit. Globe's an inanimate idiot concept. Doesn't predict anything. You don't know what predictions are. You're an idiot.
So, and again, it's the exact same, meaning...
So, and again...
that if you were to measure the lowest, which looks about right there...
For measure the lowest with elevation angles. Welcome to Flat Earth, dumbass.
The lowest spot...
The lowest spar. Illiterate dumbass.
The sky, if you measured that, it'd be 15 degrees.
15 degrees, welcome to Flat Earth. Can't get an elevation angle off a curved baseline, dumbass. If you think you do, you fail third grade intro to geometry. Want me to show them? Oh, I can do it.
Yes.
Why are we doing it?
Why are we doing this?
Why Jeran's demonstration, even though he's been to Antarctica to make this point, at such high altitude that wouldn't be commensurate? Why not just go down on Google Earth? Why are we...
I don't know. You have to ask that retard.
When you're at certain altitude, because there's a certain altitude, isn't there, where Google turns it into a ball.
Okay, to briefly
listen up, Jeran, dumbass.
Touch on what the guys over at Flat Earth Debate have been saying. We're going to use the exact same examples of the GP positions here. I'm going to look at it from an orthographic view. Okay, if we're standing here on the Earth, this is the angle to the celestial body. Let's take a line from our position, representing the horizon. The angle formed here is definitely not 90 degrees. And even at the position where it meets the Earth, you can't have a 90-degree angle to a curved surface. And AutoCAD will actually verify this, because if I choose the angular dimension command, and I pick this line and this line, it will give me an angle between them. If I try to pick this line and this arc...
This is the really important part, Jeran, dumbass.
It says here, object selected is not a line.
The object selected is not a line. That means you cannot get an angle between the hypotenuse and the adjacent because the adjacent's curved. You abject retard. Welcome to Flat Earth.
If you notice, it's exactly north. Okay, what I figured out in the south, whoops, didn't mean to move up. What I figured out in the south was by watching the sun, I said, man, every time the sun gets to its lowest position, if I walk towards it, it will adjust up by 1 degree every 69 miles.
Really? Did you walk 69 miles to it?
I was just about to say that. I was like, is he claiming that he walked 69 miles?
He's an asshat. He's retarded, is what he is.
In the snow.
Yeah, he's on his 69 miles, 1 degree horse shit. Like, he can't get off of it. It's just that. Meanwhile, welcome to Flat Earth 4 times. Go back to the beginning of the discussion. When we cleaned your clock with this idiot, feeble nonsense from a retard.
Hold on, geezers. Let me say this at least. He walked 69 miles in the snow barefoot uphill.
Yes.
There and back.
Earlier on, he proclaimed twice in this. Yeah, we just treat the Earth as flat. It's always flat. We're going to course of curvature, blah, 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 blah. Now he's going to try and invoke 69 miles of an arc length.
Yep, he's a retard.
And we were remember it was like 15 miles or 10 degrees low or 15 degrees, wherever it was in the south. And I realized, oh, I bet you we're 790 miles from the pole.
Did you measure it?
You measured it. There you were. And you say, oh, I bet you we're 790 degrees from the South Pole.
Yeah.
All those things you say. Witty. It's a cold evening, even though the sun won't go down, you know, and you sit there chatting with your buddy. What the fake liners? Yeah? That's what I smell, mate. This is scripted.
This is script? Do you think? No, this is retarded.
Because you could just...
Let me hear the little anecdote again then and see if that sounds real to you. This involves him doing numbers.
How many times do I need to go towards the sun till it, sorry, was it 15 degrees, but by going towards it, it's going to lift. And every time it lifts 69 miles, you would do it 10 times. It would lift 690 times or 690 miles you'd travel. And that's where the South Pole is.
Is that where it? Did you go there? Let's see what the South Pole. I want to see the South Pole. I want you to give 3 attributes of the South Pole. Confirm them via measurement. That's what we need to see. Not a stupid-ass barber's pole where retards get a bowl cut. Okay?
The sun would actually not, if he was going to go to the South Pole of the globe over a big arc length, the sun actually would go down, not up. Because it's at 23.4 degrees, right? Regardless, that doesn't exist in the globe. But if he went 700 and whatever miles, let's say 600 nautical miles south, then he's going to reach 90 degrees south. That's a flat Earth.
Yep.
You know, you can't have these things on the globe. They don't exist. Even if you add in longitude, then you have latitude and longitude. That's 2 dimensions. You don't have that on the globe.
Yep.
Why is he pretending he's now Captain Scott when he went down?
Because he's retarded and he suffers from Dunning-Kruger. Delusional type, 1 each. That's why. He's a fuck.
I have the perfect name for him.
Superchat. Thank the Lord.
This is going to be good. Retro Bill sent Brian, what's more likely, a genius imitating a dumbass or the other way around?
That's another straw man. I never said that. No. I never said. The fact that I have to be consistently straw man by everyone around me tells me that I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
No. Another Witsit. Eh?
Yeah.
I love it. Thanks.
Perfect. Come on.
Thank you, Retro. We needed that, by the way. I appreciate it. Whether it be straw man or not, I love it. Thank you. Now shut up.
I have the perfect name for Witsit.
What?
Or for Jeran. Jeran of the Antarctic.
Jeran of the Antarctic.
Sun to 25 degrees, and then what would that move the 35 degrees behind me to? 25 degrees. There's only one.
What would it move the 35 degrees behind you to? 25. Makes perfect sense.
Place on the Earth that would allow the sun to go around you and stay at the same height the whole time. That is the North and South Pole. And that is what we saw, 15 degrees and 35, but now I can infer from that.
You can infer? How can you infer anything from that? Did it stay 15 degrees the whole time? Can we see that? I need to see that again. Not here. The actual idiot.
That there's a South Pole. We know the
South Celestial, and then you corrected yourself, South Pole. So there is a South Pole. So then you got to friggin' confirm it. You can't confirm it from here with your flat Earth elevation angles, dumbass. It's a baseless bare assertion fallacy, numpty dipshit.
The South Pole's there.
Is it? Is it there? Show.
Flat Earth wants to keep...
The Flat Earth doesn't want to do anything. Flat Earth is an inanimate concept. Doesn't have wants and needs. You reifying retard.
Pretending that it might not be.
It doesn't pretend either.
Which is them creating a paradoxical world.
Paradoxical world? Can't even speak, can you? You're illiterate, aren't you? Let's see if it catches it.
Why are we doing stuff in his proof?
That it might not be.
I don't know.
Which is them creating a paradoxical world.
Oh, got it.
Where we have a North Pole, and underneath it, I'm sorry, we have a North Celestial Pole. Underneath it, we have a North Pole.
What?
Pole.
What?
Anta next to it.
Where we have a North Pole, and underneath it, I'm sorry, we have a North Celestial Pole. Underneath it, we have a North Pole.
Okay.
We have a South Celestial Pole, which is exactly 180 degrees from the North Celestial Pole. What's below?
Yeah, well, we can see the North Celestial Pole.
Flat Earthers will never answer
Wait a second. Flat Earthers will never stereotype fallacy.
that because it completely
Answer what? There wasn't a question. Go ahead.
180 degrees he's travelled are linear distances.
Yes.
Based on sun and Polaris positions, yeah?
Yes.
And not just because you get to 180, which is halfway round on a ball, commensurate units.
Yep.
destroys the model. You can't say
destroys the model. We don't have a model, so we're good. And you don't know what models are. Oh, by the way, there is no globe Earth model either.
There's a South Pole because on a flat map, everywhere is the South Pole.
On a flat map, we're not talking about maps. We're talking about reality.
Even Kansas.
South Pole is in all directions and everywhere. So
the South Pole isn't, that makes no sense. South Pole is it? You don't know what define pole. Dumbass.
My question to you, Austin, is with this.
Okay.
Yep. You know where he's got that from? That's from the Dave Weiss School of Mapping.
Really?
Everywhere's off.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. Well, yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about now. This is the very thing me and Adam are trying to point at.
Oh,
right now, Adam, I think, is kind of giving up pointing at it. He's just strawmanned, basically strawmanned the flat Earth position, right? And he's someone who was a flat earther for a clean 10 years. So you can't tell me that he's so stupid that he forgot what the actual position was for 10 years.
Yeah.
Come on, like.
Yeah, he's that dumb.
He didn't forget that. He knows what he's doing now.
He's a dumbass.
That's not stupidity. That's intentional deceit. Whether he's dumb or not, what he's doing here is lying.
Yes.
I get what you're saying, where you're saying, well, no, you're just... I
thought you were going to ask him a question. Not what... I guess that was rhetorical.
Because he's poisoned the well, hasn't he? He's put an indictment and now he's just going to move on. Now, you might just think that's incorrect.
Sorry about that.
He's made the point unrebutted.
Yes.
I don't know how a flat model works. So
how a flat model works, we don't give a shit. There is no flat model. There never was. And how models work is moronic. It's a stupid statement to make. So it's a nothing. It's just nothing burger.
At what point do we throw the flat model away?
Well, we can't throw it away because it never existed. Dumbass.
If we've now falsified it, technically.
If you falsified something that doesn't exist, okay. You get a trophy.
In the way that at least the map.
Now, this is a proper wanker question, isn't it? And listen to you interrupting it. You wanker, Jeran. Can we have the number? Can we try and count the fallacies that will be in it?
Oh shit!
This is disgusting. Yeah. Strap me a straw man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
The model. Now then, he's falsified that model. Where do you unpack this level of shithousery? Yeah?
No. You just say retard and then move on.
I can't say that.
Map that you don't ascribe to. But do you understand that there's no other map ever coming? That there's no other
map? I thought you were talking about models. Do you think maps are models, Jeran, dumbass? Yep, he does. Use them synonymously. He's a fucking retard, dude.
The AE map is...
The AE map? You mean that one that you were part of the group that debunked in 2016? That one? Glue sniffer.
the AE map is what the good reverend or pastor shithouse wanted to foist on us before the Antarctica trip, yeah?
Yep.
And this is what he's now look what he's doing. What would he have said 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago? He'd have gone, it's a globe projection, we cannot use it.
Yep.
Now he's trying to foist it on us. That's a liar. Or somebody with Alzheimer's.
Yeah, he's retarded. He doesn't know that. Yeah.
I see that your buddy Nathan Oakley's not coming in because he knows that Jeran was fully aware and present back in 2015, 2016 when Nathan and everyone else got together and showed that the AE map was incorrect. He's not coming in. Yeah, you're there. He's not coming in.
I don't know why.
Where is he?
Why don't you divine why?
Bugger will save him.
My point being that Nathan knows at this point he's not being stupid. He's just being a liar.
Well, he could be a liar.
Stupid is not correct.
You could be a lying dumbass.
You can be a lying dumbass. I'm not saying you can't be. But me and Adam's point is that he has to be a little smarter than he's pretending to be.
No, he's not. I already destroyed your position.
No, he didn't. Laid out correctly.
Yeah, I did.
You this last week by pointing out that him, Jeran, Antonio Subarats all destroyed the AE map.
Superchat.
Thank God.
See.
Roger Ledwell, he said, now I know what Home Depot Earth is all about.
Yes, you do. Go on, Adam. Thanks, Roger.
You indicted him last week when this sort of thing was brought up with regards to the AE map. You pointed out that he was actually part of the first group along with Nathan, Antonio, and lots of other people across the plane demonstrated how incorrect it was.
Yep.
Right? One of the first early debunks. Right?
Yep.
So he knows that now, but he's now trying to straw man us to accept that. And as I said earlier, that's exactly what Will Duffy wanted to do. It's very interesting, the same rhetoric he has to pick up. And that shows how disingenuous and working to an agenda is. Or, like I said, he's got Alzheimer's and he forgot he was there back then.
No, he's just too stupid.
With the tropics laid out correctly, with the equator laid out correctly, those are not movable because they're not man-made. They are features of the place that we live.
Are they? Show it. Show it in reality. I want to see the equator.
They're what? They're not man-made. The equator is a complete man-made concept.
Of course it is. He's a moron.
The sun furthest south, Tropic of Capricorn, furthest north, Cancer, and the equator is where it's above on the equinox. So
where it's above on the equinox. What?
My question is, if there's never going to be another map.
His question is, we got to get to the question.
Above, on the ball. I think so.
Oh, gotcha. Yep. So let's go back. I'm going to catch this. Go for it, Jay.
Place that we live, the sun furthest south, Tropic of Capricorn, furthest north, Cancer, and the equator is where it's above on the equinox. So my question is, if there's never going to be another map.
My question is, let's get this down. If there's never going to be another map, what?
Yeah, it's one of those things that he told Bob off for. If there's never going to be another taco, what's the point in Tuesdays?
Nice one, Adam. If there's never going to be another map, train wreck of a disaster of a dumpster fire, dumbass thing to say. Yeah, what?
And the flat Earth map has been falsified.
And the flat Earth map has been falsified. All maps are flat.
Then what is your hope by staying a flat earther?
What is your hope by staying a flat earther? That's unbelievable.
Maybe one day there will be another map. I hope.
Prosecution rests. That required reasoning. Go on, defend that shit. We're playing that shit again.
Man-made. They are features of the place that we live. The sun.
They're featured. Yeah, we already trained Recti on
for
that.
the south, Tropic Capricorn. Furthest north, Cancer, and the equator is where it's above on the equinox. So my question is, if there's never going to be another map,
prosecution rests right there. The rest of it is just gravy, baby.
And the flat Earth map has been falsified. Then
what flat Earth map? When they're all flat Earth maps, which one?
What is your hope by staying a flat?
Then what is your hope?
Flat Earther. Where do you think?
What's your? Go ahead, defend it. Defend that dumpster fire right there. That's what I thought.
Going to happen? How could that ever be?
Well, I will.
It would happen.
Go ahead.
Hang on. I'm not here to. It's not about defending him. I'm not here to defend him. I'm here. This is another straw man. I'm pointing out where he is bullshitting everyone. He knows better than that, and you cannot tell me he doesn't. You cannot tell me he's so stupid. No. You are choosing. You are choosing ignorance. You're choosing ignorance.
You are choosing. You are superimposing what you think this dumbass cracker knows and his motivations. That's what you're doing. I'm taking him word for word.
I know what he knows because I listened to him.
You know what he knows.
I know he knows better than what he's saying here. That I do know.
Yeah, you know what he knows.
I've heard him speak on this topic when he was playing his batter.
Prove it.
Well, no, I can't because he's at the deleting. Come on now, that's ridiculous because you know he's at the deleting all his stuff.
Well, I wasn't one to make the claim.
You're committing a fallacy.
No, I'm not. I didn't make the claim.
Yeah,
you did. You know what he knows. You know what he knows. That's what your claim was.
I know he knows better than what he's saying.
Yeah, that's horseshit. You can't prove it. And
that's because he deleted all his stuff. Saying you know it can't because he deleted all his stuff.
Yeah, he doesn't. That was dumbass. What he just said was fucking stupid.
Yeah, I'm not saying what he said was so stupid. What I'm saying is that he knows better. I can say stupid things too.
Prove it. You can't.
Because he deleted. Oh, forget it.
Yeah. Prosecution rests.
You're committing a reverse Hamlin's razor. Fallacy.
A reverse Hamlin's razor fallacy.
Yeah, the fallacy of a reverse Hamlin's razor. Because you are pre-assuming ignorance.
No, I didn't pre-assume it. No, I didn't pre-assume. I pre-assume anything. That's lack of evidence. My evidence is his fucking statement.
Yeah, but which out of which you're pre-assuming it's down to ignorance, not malice.
No, it's not out of ignorance. He's fucking stupid.
That's a reverse Hamlin's razor.
No, it's not.
It'd have to be number one. We create a new map, which is impossible because the
we create a new map. Who's creating a new map?
Continents are laid out correctly. That's the AE map. Or
the continents are laid out correctly. That's the AE map. Really? Show, dumbass. So I thought you ain't gonna show that. That's horseshit.
We figure out there's a magic formula of repeating suns and duplicating suns. So is that
a magic formula of duplicating and repeating suns? Really? Dumbass.
Really what you're hoping for is some sort of miracle, or do you understand that you'll never explain it? Because it hasn't been explained.
Never explain what? I thought you wanted a map. Now you want an explanation? My ass in your face. There's my explanation. Goodness, are you stupid?
Explained in hundreds of years, if not thousands.
Hundreds of years, if not thousands. Okay. What do you got, Witsit?
Okay. Lot. You said a lot, right? So
he said a lot.
We can take it slow. I just want to know what is your...
We can take it slow. Just keep babbling out of that bullshit. Again, over here. His mouth is going like at 5,750 RPMs, but that caper-sized piece of horse shit that he's got between his ears is only going at 3. And I'm highballing.
Do you acknowledge that in the north right now, today at 80 degrees north, they would be seeing the...
Another question. He just keeps going. 80 degrees north? You can't have north on a globetard, moron. And thanks for the 80 degrees. Welcome to Flat Earth. Twice.
The inverse and complete opposite of what we saw.
The inverse and complete opposite. That didn't make any fucking sense.
Yes, it certainly seems that way. Now, I mean,
really, it certainly seems what way?
No, we did one trip and we saw
we stuttering fool. What?
One location, but it was pretty close to matching. Like, I don't even think it actually matched perfectly.
Oh my god.
Some of the elevation angles, but
Now, what did you say? Elevation angles? Huh, you mean this? The one that couldn't be gotten off a globetard. Meaning, welcome to Flat Earth. You could stop right there and welcome to Flat Earth. That's it. It's all over.
Oh, pretty close. Sure. But here's the thing, right? For one, it's like, how are we even determining what is the opposite? Like, what are we talking about right now, right?
That's what my audience is asking. No one knows what you're talking about.
We're talking about a model. And
we're talking about a model. I thought he was talking about a map. He said that you'll never come up with a map. Do you think maps are models? You probably do. Glue sniffer.
And so you're bringing up the AE map. The AE.
Yeah, map. Now, map. See how they're conflating? Now he's conflating maps and models.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. The two of them are bullshitting each other and everyone else.
Yep.
AE map uses the same fictitious observer in the center that the globe does. You actually have
Superchat.
Super. I'm going to rewind this.
Kiefer Green sent True Earther Wars episode for a new map hope.
The new map hope. Nice. Nicely done. Thanks, Kiefer. That was a good one. Is Adam still with us, or did he pass out?
Oh, no.
I see he's around.
I had to mute because for some reason the dogs have just been going off. The wife's coming. She says it's like that scene in 101 Dalmatians. Honestly, all the dogs on the street just kicked off. So
all the dags.
For the dogs.
There must be a helicopter in the distance or something happening because dogs don't do that unless there's a good reason.
Probably Chinook.
Is the same fictitious observer in the center that the globe does. You actually have
that the globe does. What's he talking about?
I don't know what he's talking about, but he's about to throw the latitude and longitude grid out the window.
Is he?
Yeah, absolutely. From what he's saying, he's
have to just assume the center of a globe, use a fictitious observer.
Use the center of hell's angles. How did we get there? I don't know.
Well, he said the AE map is the use of that. He said the AE map is putting another fictitious observer at the center. Well, that's what he said.
Because this is an opportunity, isn't it, this bit, right? And as Nathan predicted earlier, I bet he gives a piss weak dilution.
Let's go back and get the whole thing.
Yeah?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Finish up, Adam.
Oh, that's it. I just want to hear it because he's you can smell the opportunity. We've just heard him pick up on it. See if he uses it properly.
The AE map uses the same fictitious observer in the center that the globe does. You actually have to just assume the center of a globe, use a fictitious observer, and then look at the sky, and you're actually going to map out this.
How can somebody at the center of a globetard map out the sky?
Why is he not saying the AE map, as you well know, Jeran, is a globe projection?
He could have said that, but he didn't. You're right, Adam.
That's the first. If you're on the side of flat Earth, and this is like, yeah, you know well and true. Don't use straw man with that. You should know better. Yeah, should be scolded. What is going off? What kind of cockamamie Yeah, that's not. You don't even have to be aggressive, do you? There,
no.
Point out that straw man and that it's a globe thing. Yeah, that's been strapped on, as you pointed out many years ago. That's just that is what.
Oh, so now you're saying, I sort of see what you're saying, that they have colluded before this because you think Witsit's a lot smarter than he actually is.
There's no way in the world, right? Even if they were the other way round when they come back, in their opinion, that you could straw man one of those two with an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe and get away with it by just saying an AE map.
Yeah.
As if that's just not plausible.
You don't think it is? I do. I think he's that stupid. Witsit. I really do. I do. But you think
Must be a conspiracy, QE.
You think it's collusion? I can't. I'm tracking with you. You're right, but I'm saying that he's a dumbass. We already know he is. He's a dumbass, Adam. But you're going on the other side. You're saying that no, he knows that, but he's not bringing it to a point that would kill it, right?
Go back to Discord, see any standard baller, throw an AE map at Witsit, and what would his rebuttal be?
Don't know.
Come on.
Well, I would have to bring into this something a little bit sneakier, because the truth is that the AE map is 50% correct, because the latitude and longitude grid, that's as it's laid out on that map, is the correct layout of that grid.
Yeah. What's
the real question, but I'm getting to it. The real question is, what has the sun got to do with any of these maps?
See, we're on a Brian agenda. We know this,
that's
Brian.
just a fact.
You're exactly right, Brian, but that's not what we're talking about here.
Hang on, you're missing what I'm saying. It's not about Brian gender. I'm trying to point something out here. They're having the audience amalgamate the sun's position with the map. The sun's position doesn't match this plain flat earth map. So that means the map is debunked, and flat earth is debunked, and so is the claim flat earth model debunked, right? There is no flat, right? This rubbish. The sun has no connection to the map. That map is not based on the sun.
We know
whatever
that.
The sun does in the sky.
We know that. We're asking.
You're missing the final point of what's happening there. Telling me I know you know that, but you're missing the final point of what's happening here.
What's happening here?
They're trying to straw man us with a map and debunk that map with the sun, which has nothing to do with that map.
Oh my God. Is that what you got out of it also, Adam?
Oh, that's slightly more complicated than necessary. I got it that they're trying to straw man us with a globe projection.
Oh my
God.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever.
Projection. If you're talking about the South Pole, if I were to take the center point and move it over 5 or 10 degrees, now everything changes drastically, right? We don't even have the same positioning to observe the sun at all as the AE map.
What?
Yes, so you do as an AE map because it's a projection of a globe, Witsit. Not a flat Earth map. Now that's not right.
Well, Adam, technically it's 50% correct. This is the problem. They're trying to take something that's 50% correct to reality and debunk it with the sun, which has no connection to any of it. The projection underneath the grid is wrong, but the grid itself is correct. So they're trying to debunk a 50% correct world map. Just never mind the flat earth part, just a world map. A 50% correct world map to try to debunk that with the sun. And I just want to add in here, their claim concerning the sun in Antarctica is in complete 180-degree opposition to time zones, something used by sailors and using a chronometer for hundreds of years.
Because it's just a projection. They both have fictitious observers. And this isn't just some way to get out of it. It's very important. It's very important to understand that these are...
They just have fictitious observers.
Yep.
What's he on about now?
I don't know, Adam.
What a projection is.
He's a moron.
Wow. Agreeing.
These are just maps and projections and models that use fictitious
maps, projections, and models. I haven't seen one of either.
Observers and assumptions for convenience sake. We then did this over the course of time, and now we have like a generally what we observe matches our map or our model.
Yep. He equated maps and models. Yep. Yep. And what they've observed, it matches it. What? Yeah, that was a good response. That was the correct response. What? Yep.
And you keep saying, like, you keep bringing up the AE map as if, like, I'm supposed to answer for that. And then you say, well, were you expecting to have some other... For one, if you wanted to play the projection game, you can move stuff around and get a bipolar. If you take that away...
Bipolar, that's what he is.
Away from the south and move it in, you get like a bipolar projection. And you would say, well, then how would this work on the bipolar?
What? Yes, you can do it. You can stick the triangles, but they're all projections of what?
And you critique it. Well, they're all just projections. I don't reify and treat any of those as if they're real. I know that they're not. They're just projections, and they all have issues. And you make consistent refractive corrections. And this is very important because
refractive corrections. He's a dumbass. I told you. That was really stupid statement. You want to hear it again? Yes, we do.
That he's not allowed, to deal with the topic at hand. It's like the politicians over here. We all know what the people are saying, but the politicians will not say it, even though they said it in the past. They're like Jess Phillips in the UK. Said it in the past, getting to power. When they're in power, they won't even say the words. Globe projection as a supposed flat earther. Won't indict it for what it is as a globe projection. You just say projection.
What about the refractive zones?
Well, even if we had one that mitigated for this thing, I don't know what the hell it means or where that zone is. Would that make it any better or less of a projection from a globe? It'd just be one with refracted zones accounted for, wouldn't it?
On a map?
From a globe.
I don't reify and treat any of those as if they're real. I know that they're not. They're just projections, and they all have issues, and you make consistent refractive corrections. And this is...
You make consistent refractive corrections on a map, Adam. Really? I've never done that.
You're looking at it through a fish tank, you might have to.
That was an incredibly moronic thing to say. It's non sequitur from the Black Lagoon. You're confusing topics.
This is very important because this kind of got lost with the first one. We're talking about the refractive conditions required for, let's say, celestial navigation.
Really? Do they? What's refraction? What?
This is like a mind fart, this bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really stupid. He read a quarter of the paperback book, is what's happening here. That's really moronic thing to say.
It's now about the Marie Claire summary of a completely different topic.
Yep.
Talking about the refractive conditions required for, let's say, celestial navigation for CellNav, you have to use planar corrections, actual
planar corrections for refraction? What?
CellNav.
For CellNav, yeah. What?
Huh?
What? Where?
I don't know. Is he trying to tell me that we navigate the Earth flat?
It's nonsensical gibberish.
Empirical measurements.
But somehow what?
I said, but CellNav.
Oh, but CellNav. Thanks.
Correct. Even
Adam is. I was going to say Adam is correct. They're doing a lot of talking about They're both referencing the same thing, which is a flat stationary plane, when they're speaking about anything practical in the world. The only time that any of them are speaking about globe is when they're referencing something in the sky that they've claimed to have filmed. Right, but they're not stating what's really going on here. Do you know what I mean? Now Witsit's off on some other nonsense about some refraction that doesn't exist. Jeran will go back to talking about how the AIM was debunked. Do you know what I mean? And they're not actually addressing each other or anything in particular. This is not. If I was there against any of the two of them, would they be able to have that same response to me or Adam or anyone else? No, because they'd actually be on point trying to argue with us.
No, they could.
They're not trying to argue against each other.
No, they couldn't make it. They wouldn't be able to make it. This would have been over at 1:15 with interruptions. That's how bad this is.
It is that bad, but I'd say it's worse, because I'd say 4 years ago, both of them would have answered better for the flat earth than they're doing, and that's what's happening tonight, yeah? This is so stoogey, yeah, from both of them. Jeran with his bullshit straw mans, which he should be embarrassed to present, yeah? And Witsit for not picking up on them, and then even if he hasn't, not destroying him with flat earth proofs. Stuff they would have done much more focused than they're doing this evening with less knowledge. What was going to go on?
He's eating pineapple. No, I agree with Adam. This is nonsense. Because, as I said, if you were sitting there against Jeran or Witsit, and you were making any argument from, like, if you were dealing with Jeran's arguments or making Jeran's, trying to make Jeran's arguments to Witsit, right? He'd be coming at you with something a lot better than what he's coming at Jeran with. This is the softest, friendliest, huggy, non-debate ever. Do you know what I mean? They're having this casual thing going on, and they're not really addressing it to each other, saying they're working around reality because they have no choice and addressing it as they need to. They both agree that it's a flat stationary plane that they're referencing all the time, no matter what they're doing with measurements, navigation, blah, blah, blah. But then Jeran sees something in the sky, supposedly, in December 2024, and, it's both. You know what I mean? This is the rhetoric that's going on now. This is not how Witsit. Let's just take Jeran out of it, because Witsit has done a lot more debating. This is not I can bring in with Jeran into it if I want, an history of him debating, but I don't need to. Just go to Witsit. You telling me that this is the best Witsit can do in the debate with that kind of level of questioning from someone? Remove Jeran, put someone else in there with that level of questioning. You tell me that's the best Witsit can do? Give me a break.
Must have some like dodgy pictures of him doing things to penguins or something. It's not a performance, is it?
No, I mean, come on. You put any random baller in where Jeran is making the same arguments in the same way as Jeran, and Witsit would have him for breakfast. No bother. Do you know what I mean? Witsit, you know what I mean? I'm not saying Witsit's brilliant or anything else, but Witsit's well able to take care of stupidity like that. So don't be telling me that he has to work. You know what I mean? When he's being vague about stuff now, he's not addressing it, he's walking around it. Do you know what I mean? Give me a break. That he would not do that under different circumstances. Under the same circumstances, sorry, with a different person. Well, the circumstances being the same type of questions. Give me a break. No way.
And you don't just use like Snell's law. We use planar measurement.
We don't use Snell's law. That's the law of refraction, dumbass.
They use planar measurements.
They use planar measurements for refraction, huh?
It's then correct, and we can't even actually use this 1 degree per 69 miles, which is such a slam dunk for the globe. It's
1 degree. No, those are 3 flat Earth proofs. Welcome to flat Earth times 3.
Oh.
The complete opposite. That doesn't actually happen in reality. And then to try to make the corrections for refraction, we don't use like typical refraction.
Typical refraction. Is there another kind?
Etheric refraction.
Oh, I forgot that one. Is there etheric refraction? You ass clown.
What?
Yeah.
See what I mean? Yeah. What is that as a rebuttal?
I don't know.
Huh? It's just nonsense.
Yep.
The stuff don't work. Nothing works. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. We don't do that. We do what? We just get lost in the woods. What?
Yep.
Yeah,
we didn't actually.
That's a good idea. 1 second, Kiwi. That's like sending two people who are navigators, like who have the same certification as Kiwi, out into the woods, and the both of them are lost. Give me a break.
For planar geometry to even do it, right? So, and then that kind of spills right over to, well, then we definitely can't have a situation where when we look at the star and we see the position of it in relation to a mountaintop, if we take a planar geometry measurement to that, as soon as the star is occulted by the mountain, we're like, okay.
Oh, now we're off into another topic from, yeah, we just sidestepped and right off into another topic. Yep.
Is it going to be that celestial theodolite?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Knows the principles of celestial navigation.
Yes.
Yeah, he's about to make. He made this statement there last Tuesday when we were covering it, and he's about to make it again. It's an amalgamation of actual angular size measurement over a terrestrial plane and an angle to a celestial body over a terrestrial plane. They're not the exact same thing. The only thing that ties them together is you're using a right angle triangle. That should be all that matters there.
Correct.
You can speak with either one individually, but you can't tie the two of them together other than without just speaking about the triangle. Yep. That's the only part of them you can tie them together with.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, it's over as soon as he said that. Yeah, it's done. The argument's over. Ass Klein is over here, still got his face buried in his dumbass memoirs, right? He continues to do that. Punk ass.
Okay, because this is what this is all about. You're talking about this proves the Earth's a globe because the sun's right here, right? And it's based on the position on the globe. It's the same thing, celestial observation.
What?
Superchat.
You gotta love that little voice. It's so
I
cute.
do.
Okay, so Reg Joe 23 sent. He's talking about the ether refraction.
Yeah. Well, Adam was first. Thanks for the super chat, man. This is he's lost the plot.
Right. He's lost any salient flat Earth rebuttal.
Yep.
That anyone here would put a better job together.
Yep.
And that's what I'm saying. That's beyond spastic. It's a worse performance than 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago. Yeah. This is not him. Why is he behaving like this? Why would he cock waffle like this? Yeah. Instead of just dealing with an AE projection.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, this is pathetic.
Yep.
Well, let us not forget that 2022 Nation was a lot better than 2025 Nation. So, that happens.
I see the star go behind the mountain. It gets occulted. I immediately take the time, right? And then if I go into Solarium, and you brought that up, well, that's just like a globe. Why are you using that? That's the whole point.
Solarium is like a globe?
No, Solarium uses the celestial dome. So take an angles off of flat plane.
Oh, fuck off with your survey shit.
We're using the globe to see what the actual prediction should be. Right?
We're using the globe to see what the prediction should be.
What's going on? Why is Witsit saying this?
I don't know. That's why I keep
Maybe
stopping.
because he's not stupid. Sorry.
Oh, no, he's a dumbass. That's why he's saying...
No, but maybe it's because he's not... No, but he's not as stupid as he's letting on.
Oh, yes, he is.
Knows better.
He's dumber than what he's letting on. That's right. He's dumber than that.
Is this his best performance for Flat Earth?
Yes.
That's probably where we differ. Yeah. Levels of retardio and stuff, that's where, this is probably where I'd say, no, it's not, is it? There's absolutely no way in the world this is him doing his best for Flat Earth. He's doing a fantastic job of portraying Flat Earthers as much a babbling buffoon as Jeran is, yeah? It's just one incoherent waffle after another, with a light link between them talking to each other, but neither of them demonstrating anything. And I say fundamentally a complete reneging of what Witsit would be able to do in the past. It's beyond.
Superchat.
Thank God.
Reg Joe sent, he was first. Darn it, Adam.
Oh, Reg Joe was first, but Adam said it after. I got you. All right, Reg Joe. Got it.
Falsify it, and it uses the same fictitious central observer again. But like when we we're on top of that mountaintop, we look at the time.
We went back to the fictitious central observer. Now we just pop back into his star occultation.
No, shithouse. Again. Yeah, he's fictitious observer of what?
I don't, Adam.
I'm just saying. Opportunity.
I'm just saying. I think what he's. You're gonna try to get me. I'm not doing it. Fuck that. Let him do it.
It matches the perfect planar geometry measurement.
Perfect planar You're using a right angle triangle with your horse shit here. An elevation angle. That's what you're using. Welcome to flat Earth. Prosecution. That's what you should have done. Prosecution rest. Just shut up right there. Yeah.
Meaning, if I'm on a flat Earth and I stand right here,
we go.
The mountain, the star gets occulted by the mountain, and I take an angle to the top of that mountain.
Elevation angle. Welcome to flat Earth.
If I continue, if I go stay on top of that mountain and take another measurement to that star, it'll act.
Good.
Sorry, again, I don't want to be card as being a conspirator when I say this, but there it is, right? Nicely summarized in just a couple of statements, a couple of words even. If it's a flat Earth, and then he presents a flat Earth prerequisite.
Yep.
That's what it's seemingly when I suggest in Adam and Brian's defense that they're more measured and malicious than perhaps us just calling them dumbasses gives them credit for. This is an example that would speak to that.
Yep.
If it's a flat Earth Witsit, well, it can't be an if statement if you're going to immediately use flat Earth prerequisites. But here we are discussing it as though it's an if statement. And who's doing it? The newly found baller, Jeran. No, Witsit's doing it.
Yep.
Actually make a straight line all the way down from star to mountain to observer, right? It'll come down and basically complete part of a triangle.
Complete a part of a triangle. So that's the hypotenuse, and you shifted your hands over to the level part. What part is that part of the triangle?
And there's a specific angle that the flat Earth would predict.
The flat Earth would predict. There's no prediction here. You don't know what prediction is. But you do have a right angle triangle. How can you have a right angle triangle on a globetard? Answer, you can't. Welcome to flat Earth.
The globe Earth predicts something completely different. It
doesn't predict either. Globe Earth doesn't predict anything. It's an inanimate idiot concept that makes no predictions.
Much lower. It's on a globe. And it matches.
It's much lower on a globe.
Is the flat Earth prediction.
What? This is all convoluted nonsense.
But
every
stellarium
time,
matches,
consistently.
Right?
What?
Stellarium is right when it tells you what the angle would be from the mountain.
Stellarium is right when it tells you. Stellarium doesn't tell you shit. It's a program.
Yes. The thing is that we're talking about the input, the one.
Oh my God.
Measurement you're making is the actual observer. The observer is making that measurement. What's the time that the star is occulted by that mountain?
That's the important part, not the right angle triangle of the elevation angle, right? Not the adjacent. This is the important part, right? Fucking ass clown.
And then we're going to compare that. It makes a perfectly straight line where it wouldn't on a globe. And so what?
Why not?
All the globe proponents have been trying to do is claim refraction, trying to find.
Well, that's because you give it to them. Because you don't know what refraction is.
out any way they can to claim refraction, and they can't with this though because it's occulted. It isn't there.
It's occulted. Why couldn't there be refraction there?
It's not even there to talk about to invoke refraction. It's not.
Well, it's not even there. Where'd it go?
Not even applicable.
So why not?
So this guy doesn't help.
Why wouldn't it be applicable?
Help the like if we act, like these always just get thrown under the rug. These are like major problems. So we're claiming the globe.
What's getting thrown underneath the rug?
Is a physical geometry changing our physical positioning, and that's why we see the sky the way we do. Then
our physical geometry.
How come whenever we start to get down where hyperbolic visual space would be expected to converge, that's what we see.
Holy shit.
We can't use the globe, or we can't even navigate. Then we try to make corrections. We have to use plane measurements, plane trig, plane geometry.
Plane trig, plane geometry, where?
To even make the corrections for the refraction.
What corrections? We use plane trig to make the corrections for the refraction. It's fucking stupid. I'm just on autopilot here, dude.
I'm not. Nathan, are you there? So he used the word. Right, he spent the majority of his time describing that celestial theodolite bollocks as if that was the proof of the triangle being valid. Something that's just some hippies made up in Nevada. Yeah. Which is lovely. It might prove so, but it's not the proof of why there is a right-angled triangle here. He used it once in his summary bit, navigation. And instead of spending the time destroying this guy, showing him that the angle is actually relevant to a straight line distance on the baseline, which is the surface that you're navigating, he went on about aligning an occultation of a star with the top of a mountain. Yeah, that's where I say he's took it, he knows it, and he's done a really piss poor job making sure he's let us all know that he does know what he's on about, dropping navigation in, but the way in which he'll support his argument is the occultation through a mountain of a star. That's full wankery shithousery.
Well,
and that's
hold on.
intentionally not providing the best argument you've got.
No, well, hold on, because he only read a third of the paperback. Okay, so he's not got. Here's a refutation to you guys who think that he may be acting dumber than he is. Is that that's your claim? Maybe he just doesn't want to pay homage to a topic that you guys have brought up for years now, that he didn't fully understand and still hasn't fully understood it, but wants to have his own argument to put forward that's incoherent and that just leads you right back to what we are saying over here.
Yeah, I'd agree, Flatsy, except for that supports us. I agree, that's very likely what he's doing, right? I totally agree. But that supports me and Adam. That means that he knows better.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far. This is just like an option that would that I'm putting forth that would refute what you've said. So that it may not even be true, but it is a refutation.
No, you've literally just supported me and Adam down. I'm sorry. You don't want to go that far, but because it will mean that you'll have to go against Uncle QE. But you already have.
I didn't contradict QE in him claiming that they're just that stupid, because they can be a little egotistical and it's still stupid at the same time. That doesn't contradict that.
Yeah, but you just stated that they know better, that they're trying to come up with their own version. Like Witsit come up with his own version now.
No. I said they didn't fully
address the same thing we address.
No, because they didn't fully understand it anyways, because they don't want to take the time to pay any kind of homage to what we're saying over here.
Correct.
Well, you know they didn't fully understand it. Maybe they always understood it, but they pretended they didn't. That's another option.
I'm not claiming to read their minds. I'm just refuting them being like they're acting like they're stupid, more stupid than they really are. That they could just be that stupid, actually.
No. You said they're acting like they're stupid, so you're agreeing with
No, I'm not. What are you talking about? I'm listening to the words that I'm saying.
You just validated Brian and Adam.
No.
Brian Adams doesn't being validated.
Brian Adams is a moron and he can't sing.
So, like, this is a major problem for the globe.
Super Brian Adams moron.
Roger Lidwell said 2 words for you: ether cosmology.
Yeah, is that? Well, not yet. Ether hasn't come up yet. Oh, crap. Where was I? You son of a bitch. Where was I? Flatty. Check back on the live stream.
59:21.
Thank you.
You got it.
So, like, this is a major problem for the globe. And this, I want to hit something meta, and I'm going to give it back to you.
Meta. What does meta mean? I hear him say it all the time. What the hell does that mean? Adam, what does meta mean?
It's when you're talking about something.
No, it's past tense introduction to a woman. It's how you met her.
Let's do. So he's gonna do a little meta, or that's where I met her.
This is the meta part here, right? That I like. You're like, because this is what I don't understand.
A bunch of sentence fragments.
Yeah, he's going to be addressing like his not understanding why Jeran is swapped over to the globe after what they both experienced. So that's the meta.
Look at dumbass over here with his face firmly implanted. He's probably drawing stick figures or something, right? I'm highballing.
Understand, right? I believe you that you're saying you don't understand how I'm still a flat earther. You don't get it. I went there with you, and how do I not see it? And you think that I'm not stupid. You don't get it. This is how.
Oh, you're stupid.
I don't.
Okay, well, how I feel though, right?
Oh, and he's dumber. How you feel?
It's like
That's
the meta.
Is how he feels. Yes, that's the meta. It's talking about something.
Wow.
Now, if there is an entire list of reputations, geometric reputations that need to be addressed, if I come over here and I see something that we previously just didn't have access to, that was the issue. We didn't have reliable access to it. That's how we felt. So
we didn't have reliable access to the geometric explanations. It's the only thing we should do. We should protest. This means war.
We went and verified it. How am I going to see that and then be like, okay, wow, I don't really know exactly how that would work on a flat Earth. And then somehow it just...
How would you get the access? I mean, we should really ponder these things.
Just nullifies the whole other list.
Yeah, you missed more. Pause a second. He said we went and verified it. That was the important part.
How am I going to see that and then be like, okay, wow, I don't really know exactly how that would work on a flat Earth. And then somehow it just nullifies the whole other list. Because what you're saying, right? You're saying you're bringing up the appeal to incredulity. If, okay, we just do that, what are we just going to sit here forever? Because what I'm saying is you're saying it can't be true.
What I'm saying is you're saying
true because you don't understand how it could be true, which is an appeal.
Who doesn't understand it could be true, you or him? Clown.
Incredulity, and you're saying, well, then were you just going to sit here and not know how stuff works forever?
That's dumbass.
Apply that same thing to your side. When I ask you about this star, it's going to be, we don't know how it works. It's going to be, think about the long list of reputations of the globe. Currently, your response to all of them is going to be like, I don't know how it works.
Well, I don't know any. I mean, so you're telling me there's observations that you just said that it doesn't work, that we do.
Sentence fragment again from dumbass over here. Why is this screen up?
69 miles, but let me just say this. So
69, that's another sentence fragment. 69 miles. Welcome to flat Earth, dumb fuck.
If you know what your degree of latitude means, right? So if we're talking,
you know what your degree of latitude means. What does that mean?
About the difference between 42 degrees.
Say again.
Witsit knows. I mean, why is that picture up there? Why would you put a Cartesian grid system up to demonstrate a ball?
I don't know.
using perspective.
Yep. That's a Cartesian grid. Thank you very much. You know why? Because he's a dumb fuck. That's why. Thanks.
And 32 degrees. We know that that's 10 degrees. And so we know that that is the distance between.
Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way.
Those two locations would be 690 miles. So are you
690 miles? Really? Welcome to Flat Earth. Miles, kilometers, inches, centimeters, every single last one of them are linear measurements. Define linear. Hanoi. Welcome to Flat Earth.
690 of them.
Saying that if we measured it, it wouldn't work out? I don't understand.
We measured what? It wouldn't work out.
You can say it doesn't work, yet it's how the world is mapped.
How the world is mapped.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yep.
No, I'm saying that generally speaking, that relationship is somewhat accurate. We're actually using planar geometry to even do it. And if you were to go into the real world,
there's no such thing as planar geometry. It's just geometry.
And try to let's just assume there's a globe and it's 1 degree per 69 miles, and I'm actually like, oh look,
that would be a flat Earth proof, by the way. Go back to the beginning of this, and we welcome them to Flat Earth 4 times with that one statement.
It's kind of cloudy up above me, but I see some stars that are like 10, 15 degrees above the horizon.
Here we go back again to the 10 or 15 degrees.
Oh, no.
Wow, man. I don't know how long I can continue to do this, man. I really don't. How long have we been going for? 3 hours. Second.
We need to round out so it's later.
3 hours and 30 minutes. We'll go for another 30.
Actually start navigating using that, I will not be able to do it. If I assume the Earth's a globe, it won't work. And that's a major problem because this side would predict that. My prediction would be that.
You don't have a prediction.
That's not true.
Hold up, Adam. Go ahead, Nathan.
It's just not true, is it? There's a process in terms of describing latitude, but that's like a base, a starting point. But then there's this whole convoluted process of projection onto a globe and then back onto flat maps that then get laid out in Cartesian grids that he's got on screen bent. Now, what Witsit just said was that it doesn't work when projected from a globe. You're like, well, the flat maps that we do use, and they do function and they do work, are, for the most part, all globe projections. That's not to say that we would stop there and go, oh, Earth's a sphere then. No, the globe projections have come from flat Earth measurements like latitude. So there's a whole process where you can say, or I would say currently, well, your globe that we do use on the flat maps has its origins in flat Earth measurements. And then you've got a complete statement about how it does work. Witsit's just said the contrapositive, he said it doesn't. It's like, okay, if I'm going to argue that Witsit's smart, then surely after however many years he's been in this arena, he'd understand the principles that are employed to make maps that are globe projections functionally operate. That is to say, work.
Yeah, but what he actually said, if I remember correctly, QE might give it a J, is that if we treat the Earth as a globe, we won't be able to navigate. So that would be from the start. If you start off going, it's a globe, and I go to navigate, I won't be able to do it. I need those measurements to mathematically place myself on the globe. But those measurements won't ever fit on a globe.
Yeah,
QE can give us a J, and I could be wrong about what I thought he said.
No, I did listen to him. There wasn't any more context to be offered by listening to it again. But through his own lack of context, you're saying I'm unreasonably indicting him, which is fair because he hasn't contextualized it enough. He's just said on a globe it wouldn't work. You're like, well, on a globe, as Brian suggests, if we just assume that we're going to start with that premise and then map it out from there, well, no, I suppose you could take that and apologise on his behalf for his statement and make it make sense. But I'm saying, no, us in the current 2025 rhetoric can take a globe believer in their rhetoric of, oh, well, it's all based on globe projections, and say, yeah, and your globe itself comes from flat Earth angles. Completeness.
Adam?
My outrage was more based on the descent of the thing. It's kind of descended into, well, how would you map it? How are you going to map it? Yeah, what would you call it? A Phileas Fogg fallacy? That's the level that it's descended to. What we just discussed there, yeah, there's a philosophical point to it. This is just intentional, like, degradation of any intellect on purpose. It's just nonsense to the point that they're, well, how are you going to do it then? How would you prove it? It's very weak. And like I say, below the standards they've set in the past.
It's 1 degree per 69 miles, and I'm actually like, oh, look, it's kind of cloudy up above me, but I see some stars that are like 10, 15 degrees above the horizon. If I actually start navigating using that, I will not be able to do it. If I assume the Earth's globe, it won't work. And that's a major problem.
Why on earth does he keep? Why would you start a proof with? One thing I wouldn't use is this.
It's also wrong. We already covered this. Brian covered it really well at the start of the show. It's like he's reiterating things that aren't correct in terms of what you would have to do. I'd be reiterating poorly what Brian covered at the beginning of the show when they apply terrestrial refraction and then minus it at the end of the process. But as I say, Brian's already covered this. So again, because we can concisely detail how the globe is incorporated, we can describe how the globe is functionally used in the process. It's not to say Earth is a sphere, it's to say that in a world that convinces the Western world, nay, the whole world, that they're on a sphere, they've incorporated this globe created from flat Earth elevation angles into the end result maps. Now, it's not saying that. It's just incorrectly asserting how wrong or how non-functional it will be. Well, that isn't the case. If some fairly not that well-versed baller comes along and says, well, how do you square the circle of these maps being globe projections? Suddenly this entire line of argumentation that Witsit's taking up pulls on its arse.
Yep.
Well, when I listened to what he just said there, no. If you go back at Jay, you'll hear what he says.
No, I'm not going.
What he's referring... Okay, you don't have to. But what he's referring to is, now this is stupid, but it's what he's referring to, is when he's talking about below 15 degrees, he's going to have to be referencing the claimed celestial non-refraction. And he's already after stating that the measurements of those or the calculation of those involves a flat Earth. So if you're trying, he's basically stating that if you're trying to navigate with stars and the cloud the sky is full of clouds, and the only place you're seeing stars is below 10 to 15 degrees above the horizon, and you need to use them, you can't pre-assume a globe and start using them because the celestial non-refraction measurements or whatever calculations assume a flat Earth. Now, that's, to me, is a ridiculous argument to make because you can't, whether there's clouds there or not, you can't presume a globe. If you're going to measure.
Yeah, he just added that. Yeah, right. He added it in there. Yep.
Because this side would predict that. My prediction would be that.
That's how they sailed boats. That's how they sailed boats. That's how they found the South Pole. That's how they found the...
That's how they sail boats. That's how they found the South Pole, really. Amazing. Can you provide evidence for that, dumbass? That's how they sail boats. You're a fucking idiot.
North Pole. Everything that they've done.
Everything. Who are they?
Just a second. Do you notice the way he said that's how they found the South Pole? Ever since he's been in Antarctica, he can't show up about the South Pole.
Yeah.
During this, it's South Pole, South Pole. So he keep pushing this South Pole thing, just like Will Duffy. Same thing, pushing the South Pole.
Yep.
Flat Earth direction.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way.
Stars, and you're just throwing it away and saying, "Oh, we can't. We wouldn't get anywhere. We wouldn't actually be accurate." But that's
no. I'm saying yes, there's no doubt that we have a well-established relationship between the sky and how we navigate. Like no one can dispute that. But the point is like, why? Why is it the way that it is? Why do we see it the way it is? Why?
The point isn't that that relationship proves a flat Earth. That relationship is a flat Earth measurement. That relationship is the end of the discussion. It's the reason it's not an argument. It's the reason it's not a debate.
Good point.
Why are we
I need
able
to say
use it
something to Nathan. Sorry, very quickly. When he said, say a poll a minute ago, you said, that's a flat Earth. What did you say? Flat Earth something, Nathan?
Well, all directions are flat Earth only, but go on.
But he said South Pole. So at that point, if you're addressing just South, you're not addressing his begging the question. He's after making a claim of a point at the bottom of the globe. So if he was just saying, South's flat Earth, that's not addressing him, in my opinion. Now, maybe other people will disagree with me there.
It's quibbling.
Poll is with respect to a plane of reference also.
Yes.
It's a globe. We're physically changing our angle, our orientations, making the stars look different. Right.
Sorry to stop it as soon as you've started it. So, quote, Witsit, it's a globe. Just rewind it just a little bit because we were talking through the beginning of that statement. It just sounded like he's making an affirmative, positive statement that it's a globe based on where we came in.
Oh, we're physically changing.
Gotta go back one more.
The way it is. Why are we able to use it reliably? You're saying it's because it's a globe. We're
He said you're saying because it's a globe.
Yeah.
Physically changing our angle, our orientations, making the stars look different. Right? That's the claim. But in reality, that doesn't match the evidence. I'm saying, well, we're on a plane, and the way that we see is not in these perfect, infinite straight lines. That's factually not true. We can even disprove it with railroad tracks. So we would expect there to be a pretty solid relationship right in the middle, the little sweet spot, until we get to the extremities where it's going to then converge and become logarithmic. That's literally what we see.
Well, this is the most garbage, convoluted standard of flat Earth evidence you could possibly present to anybody. Nobody's going to extract the slightest semblance of flat Earth evidentiary standards from what Witsit just said.
Yep.
He started off with a flat Earth proving angle and moved into his bullshit cock waffle that we all laughed at the beginning of the show. Now it's just irritating. Yeah, I can't but help feel the same feelings I had towards Jeran as a flat earther. I want Witsit, who's allegedly on my frickin' side, to understand this stuff and put it across in a nice, simplistic way. The angle's measured on a flat Earth. End statement.
Yep.
Is that what we're getting? No. Getting the hyperbolic bollocks of this nonsense cockwaffler. That's what we're getting.
You know, it's pretty funny what happens later on, and I know that Q's going to get mad at me for saying that, but there is something so funny that happens later that redeems everything that we're going to be laughing about it for months.
Don't anticipate.
I've said that to my daughter. I'm sure it's an army term. I've got to stop saying it to my eldest daughter when she's holding the teddy because I know she's waiting to get in the car or go somewhere. And I go, don't anticipate.
Oh, wait a second. Redeems in what way? That we're going to eat our hats?
I can't tell you, Hush. You don't ask me more.
All right, wait. But if that's the case, that's my problem. Lay it down in the beginning. Don't wait till the freaking end.
You do the
What you're
same
dealing with
shit.
there, who you're dealing with there, Neil, is a reverse Hanlon's razor fallacy enabler.
Enabler.
Right? You won't get any truth at all.
Oh my gosh.
Hanlon's razor enabler. Oh my.
Fallacy enabler. Reverse Hanlon's razor fallacy enabler.
See, with curved visual space is what we see.
I just
we mapped it out. We mapped it out, is what I'm saying. It's reliable because we mapped it out. There's no doubt that's how we see the sky. The debate is about why do we see the sky that way?
Yeah, I get you. Because I just measured from 20 degrees to 30 degrees.
Oh my God, he's still on this.
Welcome to Flat Earth again.
Yep. He's still on. He can't get off of this. Who's that from? Remember the idiot crackhead? What's his name? Sean Hawkins used to run around with this. Hello?
maybe using a refracted horizon for these Polaris measurements.
No, he was using his 10 degrees or 1 degree, 69 miles. That's he'd run around like a crackhead with his crackhead cracked off.
He's still doing it. He still does that.
He still does it? That's where he's getting this from. That's where Jeran's getting it.
Brian's comments.
Jesus.
And it's exactly 687 miles, which is, what you would expect, 69 times 10. And then what I'm saying is, so those two are not within the refraction zone.
The refraction zone again. Back to the refraction zones.
Highway to the refraction zone.
No. You need to incorporate it into your little clip. Where you are now entering the numpty zone.
Oh.
Substituting for the refraction zone.
Dun, dun, dun.
What a moron goober.
Being
entering a
20
world
and 30
of jittery.
You got anything else?
I'm just parroting off your little sound bites.
degrees. So what you could do is then just move here and do it again for another 10 degrees.
Do what again?
Do it again for another 10 degrees.
With degrees.
Yeah. Measuring flat Earth for 10 degrees, then measure flat Earth for 10 degrees, and then what?
You would keep going until you've done 24,901. That's the whole.
24,901. 24,901 what? Miles?
No, Home Depots.
Earth proving.
Home Depots.
That's exactly what he's describing there. Yeah?
Yeah, okay. You wanted it, you got it. All right, I'm not going to play the whole thing.
The whole sphere. You're saying at some point that would break down. That's a paradox.
Timing's everything. That was just the right amount of time, wasn't it? Perfect timing, Kiwi. Excellent.
Yeah.
Where does it break down? Where does it fall apart? Where does the Earth stop conforming to being a sphere? Because
where does the Earth stop conforming to being a sphere?
At the end of the Home Depot.
Where does it start?
That's a good question, Neil. Exactly.
Because it does
in the car park.
Everywhere.
Where at?
In the car park of the Home Depot.
Yeah, right outside the front door.
Else. Just like so the next thing I wanted to get into, and that's just
well, wait a
sentence fragment.
Sentence fragment.
I want to bring up a flat Earth evidence.
Maybe that's why it curves away. They claim it's for drainage, but that's the angle they need to stick the next Home Depot on to build it up.
Listen to you. Can't get over this Home Depot.
I can't believe we're going to do this to Adam. In order to measure relief, Adam, what do you measure the relief with respect to?
Uh-oh.
Well, I just create a curb at the edge of my home.
Superchat.
Thank God.
And he said it twice on purpose because you got two.
Two are going to save me.
Okay, so from Pablo, he said, I think Witsit says meta, as in most effective tactics available, comes from online games to describe the current best strategy.
Really?
Sorry, I can't read for some reason.
No, that's all right. I got the
Retro.
Good.
And then Retro Bill sent. Oh no. I don't know what that word is. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Can somebody read it?
It's dysrationalia.
Dysrationalia, yeah, okay, that's it. Is defined as the inability to think and behave rationally despite adequate intelligence. Perhaps giving too much credit, though.
I still think Retro's on the righteous side. Yes.
I like that, dysrationalia. That makes a lot of sense, right? Because dysrationalia is a word to describe why seemingly intelligent people do batshit, insane, irrational, stupid things. Now, every single person here, and if you say that you haven't, you're a liar, right, has made a decision at some point in their life that they've looked back on, and I'm not even going to exaggerate, 5 seconds after making it, and gone, that was questionable. Why did I do that? That was a really stupid decision. Why did I do that? Now, it's normally with things you say, right? You'll say something and then immediately go, that was a really stupid thing to have said. Now, irrationalia, if I'm saying it correctly, is a word that describes that phenomena where you've got your not stupid person doing something irrational and idiotic because we're people.
Well, thanks for that, Mr. Psychology. Appreciate that, Retro Bill. Oh, and the meta super chat. That's very interesting. Did anyone know that? That it was an acronym rather than
terminology, but it just doesn't fit the context. So, as much as I appreciate how describing the most up-to-date strategy in a game could be its meta, I don't think contextually that's what Witsit's using it as.
Yeah.
Not because it couldn't be that is contextually what Witsit does actually mean. If I was to make apologies for him for the sake of argument, I'm not casting aspersions anywhere. Don't take that the wrong way. But I'm saying he doesn't make any sense in anything he says. So when he says meta, I immediately know it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Nicely done.
As it does.
That was very good.
Just like so the next thing I wanted to get into, and
so the next thing you wanted, you didn't finish the first thing you got into, Mr. Sentence Fragment.
That's just
Well, wait up though. Like,
well, wait up.
I want to bring up a flat Earth evidence.
Okay.
Oh, damn. Uh-oh, get ready. This is a flat Earth evidence.
Get ready to be disappointed.
You never know.
Because like realistically, the star being occulted by the mountain is not answered.
Oh, his flat Earth evidence is back to the celestial theodolite. It's not a bad flat Earth evidence. But he misses the elephant in the room.
Right, like.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a kind of a new thing that I think that people are working through right now.
People are working through right now? No, they use an elevation angle, you dumbass cracker. Let's see if he catches on. He hasn't caught on to it yet.
Fully understand it because of the fact that you're using stellarium, which is giving...
Using stellarium? No, you're using an elevation angle, dumbass.
You the curved Earth angles.
Curved Earth angles, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that's priceless. Let's hear all of that sentence fragment, gaggle, screw all together.
Okay.
Your curved Earth angles. Let's hear all that as a full string.
Let's turn that up too. Yep, 3.7. That'll do it.
That I think that people are working through right now. I don't fully understand it because of the fact that you're using stellarium, which is giving you the curved Earth angles.
There you go.
Right, so the wanker line, the political mitigator, is I don't fully understand it. That's try to being a spastic, appeal to spasticity fallacy. Yeah, you don't understand it. Why would you move on and make a claim?
That's okay, Jeran. We can. It's okay. What Jeran's saying is a self-confessed retard. Yep. Don't really understand it, retard. We can educate you, dumbass.
Yeah.
Can I just standards?
Can I say something? He would fail intro to third grade geometry with that statement. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. He would. That statement is ridiculous. He knows it's ridiculous. Anyway,
how do you know that he knows
because
that's ridiculous?
He doesn't have a curved line. He knows an angle doesn't have a curved line.
That's it. No, he does not know that. No, he doesn't.
Well, he made the argument to Nathan that they can use a tangent plane, which means he knows that an angle doesn't have a curve.
But then he just contradicted himself.
Are you surprised? The guy's
he's a dumbass.
Anyway, what I wanted to say was, how come Jeran and Witsit, especially Witsit, didn't come to us some years ago when we were all learning about celestial navigation, when we had learned about it more than him. We had 10th man on hand. How come he didn't come and want to learn about it? Instead, he went against it. And Jeran went against it. I found it really strange. Why are they doing this? Well, I didn't find it really strange from that. But the point is that you could have come and learned. We were all there. We had information. Ted Man was around. There was information to be had. Instead, they didn't come and learn about it. That was really strange. Not strange for us, but strange for people who don't know different. You know?
What did they do, Brian, instead? In regards to us, when we were doing that, what did they do?
They went against it.
Called us scammers.
Yeah.
It's not giving you flat Earth angles; it's giving you curved Earth angles. But you're saying.
Don't say it. There we go.
You're muted.
He's muted.
Sorry about that.
For that.
Thank God for that. that was a good one. Go ahead, Brian.
No, you had something to say. You go ahead.
No, yeah. What I'm saying is he said it twice. Curved angles, they're not flat Earth angles, and he doubled down and said they're curved angles. What else is there to say? Nothing. He's
I'm sorry, Brian. I know you're trying to get to a point. That's the main takeaway from this, right? We've got 18 months ago, me personally with Jeran, trying to explain this stuff to him, break it down because he's on our side seemingly. He braced against it and called us all scammers, me specifically. Now here we are with, I don't really understand this stuff, the curve angles. Wanker, you're just a deceitful shithead. Yeah? Burn in hell, Jeran Campanella. You're a deceitful scumbag. Curve angles? No, wanker. No such beast exists. What about Home Depot measuring Earth flat 5 minutes ago in this discussion? That's forgotten for the curve angles, is it, you contradictory wanker? No, Jeran's just scum.
That's exactly what's going to be my point.
Dumbass scum.
That was going to be my exact point.
Well, thank you.
Voice already in this thing with Witsit, he has openly declared that we treat the Earth as we reference it and we measure it flat. He openly stated all this, and now we're talking about curved angles. Come on.
Yeah, he's a dumbass.
You're taking a location from where Stellarium is not even talking about. You're
taking a location from where Stellarium's not even talking about. Come again?
Stellarium top?
Fragment.
Yep.
Further back than that, right? Stellarium is just telling you where the mountain top to the star is.
Anthropomorphization.
Yeah.
And another sentence fragment. Stellarium doesn't have lips. It ain't telling you jack.
Yep.
Yes. You're drawing your location back here and saying, oh,
you're drawing your location back where?
Now if we draw an angle to that mountain top.
From where?
So you're kind of adding something that Stellarium's not accounting for.
Well, that's the whole point, is like the one measurement you're taking is you're standing there, you're looking at the star, you're looking at the mountain. Once the stars are occulted by the mountain, boom, write the time down. Okay.
Why should we write the time down? Well, let's get to the angle. How did you acquire the angle?
He sidestepped it, hasn't he?
Yep.
We've got the flat Earth proof, flat Earth prerequisite. It's in debate. It's on the table. It's there, right? This is it. This is what we do. And what's happening? He skips over it, the flat Earth proof bit, and goes to noting your time. What we're going to talk about next, how good your chronometer is.
Yep.
This is bullshit.
Yep.
Well, refraction
thing, sorry, 1 second. Sorry. That whole thing where they're taking, the guy takes an angle to the celestial body and his hypotenuse intersects the tip of the top of the mountain. Now, if I wanted to make that into an argument, I'd point out the right angle triangle that's within the other right angle triangle. And the smaller right angle triangle has an hypotenuse of, whether 60 miles or 50 something miles or whatever it was, right? And the other right angle triangle has a hypotenuse of way bigger than that. Probably hundreds or maybe 1,000 miles or something, whatever it was for the angle, the celestial body. Right? So that's two right angle triangles, and the mountain being there, right? The mountain being there is it's like a cake inside a cake. I mean, you don't need to go any further than that. You have two right angle triangles, one inside the other. Why are we talking about any nonsense or stellarium? Sorry.
Nope.
Stars occulted by the mountain. Boom. Write the time down. Okay.
So why wouldn't refraction come into play? I don't understand what you mean.
Why wouldn't refraction come into play? Dumb fuck. Well, because he could have said, well, why wouldn't tomatoes come into play? Same reason. It's out of context. Non sequitur. You dumbass cracker.
What do you mean by that?
Because, okay, well, now the stars are.
Well, let's see what he says.
Occulted. We're accounting for the position of the star once we're not even seeing it. It's occulted. So
once we're not even seeing it's occulted. Did that answer his question about refraction?
We're going to say the position of the star is just because it's being refracted. It's not.
It's not. Why not? He said it was.
Couldn't it be somewhere? So when we see the sun set, they say that it's actually still above the horizon, right?
They say. Who are they? And how do you have a horizon on a globe-tard? Idiot.
It's gone, but it's still there, or whatever.
It can only be above a flat plane.
Yep.
You know, it's always somewhere about a half a degree off of where we think. So
half a degree of where we think. Jesus.
That would be the same with stars.
That would be the same with stars. There, Witsit?
Meaning that if you're counting when a star gets occulted by a mountain, it would make a difference as to where it's refracted to.
That would conversely mean just before it disappeared, you couldn't actually see it.
Dumb ass cracker over here, minimized in the corner where he should be. What are you gonna do about this, boy Zero?
Is it refracted above the mountain, below the mountain? Is it?
It's refracted inside the mountain.
I think that would matter, but it doesn't matter in your case because you're not actually taking any information.
Please, thank you. Throughout all of this, I've been kind of, I've been more arguing with you and Nathan, QE, and of course, Flatsy and whatever. But now I'm starting to get, even though I know what's going on here, it's annoying me now. It's like, why are we talking about this celestial non-refraction? The single medium celestial non-refraction has nothing to do with the two right-angled triangles.
Yep.
That have an adjacent length together probably could be, I don't know, could be, let's say, 1,500 miles. You know what I mean? That's parallel to mean sea level.
Yep.
Making that the horizontal. Why are we speaking about this complete and utter horse manure?
So, because he wants to introduce refraction, and he knows he can do it because he doesn't know dick about refraction, and he knows that this guy over here, his butt buddy, doesn't know dick about it either. That's why. So this is a diversionary tactic by a dumbass to another dumbass. That's why.
Well, the original video there, the guy that did that original thing, him doing what he did was like basically him trying to be extra clever and smart. When there was the smart thing to do would not be try to be clever and smart. Be simple about what you're doing. Make the point. Stick to what's important. Forget about this celestial non-refraction nonsense. But he tried to be clever and smart on what he did. And all these people then, now these guys, my position, I think they're intentionally talking about this celestial non-refraction as opposed to talking about the actual measurement. That would be how I'd view it. But it wouldn't really matter either way because everyone that's come across this thing has this argument with the ballers about the celestial single medium non-refraction instead of talking about the right angle triangles that were measured.
Yep.
Well, my favorite thing when people, this is what my favorite thing is. It's when people put aside their egos, they stop trying to sound all smart and intelligent, and they're like, I'll concede everything if you just prove you're globetard.
From the location that you're at, you're just measuring. Stellarium's not taking that into account at all, correct? Am I correct in that? Stellarium doesn't know that you're taking an observation of the, it's just telling you from a mountaintop to this star, this is the angle, correct? That's correct. That's what Stellarium's telling you. And then you're saying, well, if we step back further and measure to that mountain, then it matches a planar angle. And
that's redundant, painfully so.
Is that, I guess where I'm confused is that then matches Stellarium or doesn't?
No, it doesn't match. It doesn't match.
Who's saying that it's a planar angle? I guess is what I'm trying to say.
There's not another kind.
Not Stellarium.
No, this is the issue. It doesn't match the globe, right? The globe claims that the 69 mile per degree is a physical.
That's not a globe claim. The globe doesn't make claims. It's an inanimate idiot concept. Doesn't make any claims.
Like a real physical effect. We're physically tipping away. It's not an optical effect. It's not an apparent effect. It's a physical effect. We're physically moving, right?
Sure.
So, okay, well, the star gets occulted by the mountain, and then if the fact that we can connect that observation with a perfect straight line, right?
The hypotenuse off of what? What's that hypotenuse connected to?
Right? Shows that it isn't there isn't a physical effect of 69 miles per degree because of globe geometry.
Globe geometry? What's that?
Yeah, in his defense, what I would say, because I heard him say planar geometry earlier, and now he's saying globe geometry. The ballers have this thing where they keep on talking about something called spherical geometry. right, just like people say, and they also use the term planar geometry, because they keep on to make this false dichotomy. You have to choose one or the other, or whatever nonsense. There is no such thing as spherical or planar geometry. There is geometry.
Only geometry.
Exactly. Sometimes incorrectly called Euclidean geometry. Yeah. I know you know. I made
the point earlier. But go on.
I know you made the point. I'm just reiterating that same point. I have it out with the ballers all the time. They're like, people sometimes incorrectly call it Euclidean geometry. Okay, you can refer to it as that if you want, but it's not actually. Euclid just wrote a book upon it. He didn't invent any of this stuff or anything like that. It's just geometry, right? Circles, spheres, right? Triangles, all these things. It's just geometry. There's no special spherical one and different planar one. That's nonsense. As I say, I'd give him a pass on that because the ballers have mind tricked.
Jedi, yeah, I was just thinking about Jedi mind tricked him. That's no excuse. He's a dumbass.
It can't be. And the flat Earth prediction is exact.
Flat Earth prediction. Flat Earth doesn't make any predictions either. It's an inanimate concept.
Exactly what it's supposed to be, but the globe is significantly different. The default, everyone just always says refraction to everything.
They said refraction to you. What do you say back?
So that's all that they say. And you said it's kind of a new thing. Well, it's been months, right? And the most
that we've never heard refraction before.
The globe is just keep on trying to find different ways to say something
from both. Because this isn't a you picked on it, isn't it? Prediction. This isn't a prediction thing. It's a what is thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You might try and predict the shape of something after this what is fact. 69 degrees, 69 statute miles per degree of changing flat Earth elevation angle is just a fact. Yeah, that's not what's a debate here. I'm done.
Got 15 minutes. We got 15 minutes. Just telling you, 15 minutes is going to be a hard stop. All right.
Thank you. Play the biscuits. Play the biscuits and gravy proof.
No, it's going to be.
It's not brown gravy.
It's not going to be a biscuits and gravy proof. It's going to be a pizza proof.
Ooh, is that too nice?
That's right.
Wow, it is refraction, but it's not actually optical.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was funny at me to the beginning because this is when I was answering everybody. Look at like
holy codswallop, Batman. Cool.
Dude, buddy.
It's in the sky to figure out the shape of the Earth, and then 2 weeks later, this celestial theodolite comes out, which is looking at lights in the sky to figure.
Oh, you see what he's doing now? This little glue sniffer. Well, let's see how Witsit answers it.
Figure out the shape of the ground. So I just kind of dismissed it on its face.
Why are you looking at the stars, Witsit, to figure out the shape of the ground? Can you answer him with his little juvenile dumbass comment?
And I guess I'll look into it a little bit more. But I guess I still want to go back to what you said because it still doesn't make sense to me. Why couldn't we just measure in 10-degree segments on the?
Why he's back to his fucking 1 degree 69 mile horse shit, ladies and gentlemen. I shit you not.
To stay away.
Can I just point out
the flat Earth?
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to flat Earth from the enabler.
That's not the official. That's a short title, and that's not the official. What's the official one?
Oh, the official one is the reverse Hammond's razor fallacy in it. That's the official one. Yeah. I just want to point out something that you pointed out originally, QE, and then I pointed out, after forgetting that you had already pointed it out some year later, whatever, that every single time they're referencing these measurements to these celestial bodies, and they're talking about their globe, they're talking about they're trying to bring in some kind of celestial non-refraction, single medium non-refraction. They're also having to, especially if they're talking about being out at sea, besides the fact that they're using a right-angled triangle, they're also having to deal with a claimed refracted horizon. How are they getting correct angles to these things? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the whole purpose of it.
Hence the birth of the black swan.
Well, yeah, exactly. But that's the whole purpose of this claimed celestial non-refraction, is to lift the claim is that the star is higher than it really is. But it's like, no, you're claiming that because you're measuring off an horizon that you're claiming is a refracted horizon.
Refracted horizon.
Yeah.
Dumbass crackers.
Exactly.
Yep, and boning themselves, bashing themselves in the face with a spade shuffle all by themselves. Clowns.
Yeah.
Yeah. They all fell for that.
Away from this,
oh, you can. But what?
So we would calculate, and that would come out to 24,901.
That doesn't. Well, you're
24,901 miles. Walking the flat Earth. That's a linear measure.
saying why can't we just avoid the part that falsifies the presupposition that we're on a globe? Because I don't want to, because I'm bringing up that it falsifies the globe. You know, like.
Right, but if there's refraction, that's why we're not.
But oh yeah, that refraction that he is absolutely clueless of.
Taking those angles because they'll be off. So
the angles will be off. Off of what? Refraction.
If we just take the angles that we can see, this, say from 50.
Take the angles. Can you see angles?
15 to 80 or 90. Well,
15 to 80 to 90.
That is sufficient to get us to the shape of the Earth.
It's yeah, it was sufficient as soon as you said angles. Welcome to flat Earth. Specifically, you're referencing flat Earth elevation angles. That's what you're referencing. Welcome to flat Earth.
But they use empirically derived formulas to correct this.
Oh shit. Hey,
empirically derived. What, like Newton? You mean?
No, this is all you. Empirically derived formulas.
Like Newton dropping balls.
Shout out to Adam.
The stars.
Frame.
Remove. Yeah. Okay.
So they use actual observations with planar geometry.
Actual observations with planar geometry again.
To actually make the corrections with cell nav, which is not.
So here he goes back again. Make the corrections for cell nav with planar geometry and observations. Really, show.
Mate, maybe, and I'm not being a Witsit, maybe it's because he's a modern man, right? And cell nav is what I know we all got familiar with, a sextant. Now you'd prove this point, but because he's so modern and trendy, bit of a hipster, he has cell nav.
He's an ass clown.
If you use a sextant, Witsit, you'll prove your point with triangles.
Yeah, but then he's going to have to make corrections with planar geometry and observations because of the refraction.
Corrections to what? A right angle triangle?
You're going to have to ask him. He's the dumbass.
Same as like Snell's law, like refraction.
Yeah, Snell's law. That's refraction, not like it. That's it.
Refraction.
Refraction.
Did he say actual refraction? Then?
No, he said.
Is that a qualifier?
He said refraction. I'll tell you what. Let's go, Jay, on that. You damn Skippy are going to be on that.
He actually said was refraction.
That's what he said. I know. I'm going to prove it right now. Here we go.
Actual observations with planar geometry to actually make the corrections with cell nav, which is not the same as like Snell's law, like refraction.
You gotta love that. Come on.
Is that like going out, Nathan? You know, like he going out. Yeah, but you're going out. You know what I mean? refraction.
Going out.
Yeah. But you're going out.
Going out, it's out. You go out, right? You go and you're picking your milk from the front door. You're going out, aren't you? Now, sometimes you've got your slippers on. You might want a paper. And let's be honest, the shop is only 20 paces away. So doing it in your slippers, that's all right. That's going out, right? But you're not going out, like to the nightclub. You're not going to be going to the nightclub in your slippers. But you are out getting a paper just by chance in your slippers. So that's out. It's not out, though, is it?
Oh, my God.
Thanks for your contribution, Nathan. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
It's a sketch. I nicked it from Michael McIntyre, or Adam did, and he's hinted at it.
Mickey Flanagan.
How is it Mickey Flanagan? You're not wrong. It's Mickey Flanagan.
Jesus.
Because then he goes on to explain that actually, in certain circumstances, you do find yourself out in your slippers, and you're in the club, and you're like, I only came out to get some milk. I'm in my slippers.
Now I'm out.
Now I'm out in my slippers.
You guys, boy.
They actually have to use planar.
What's that?
If you're ever in a club and you see someone in slippers holding a paper and some milk, you know they didn't intend to be out. They were just intending to be out.
Just out. Were you intending to be out, not out? Well, we can go on for hours with this. All right.
As like Snell's law, like refraction. They actually have to use planar geometry to try to make these corrections. And you're just. I will say it is somewhat baffling that you're able to just default to.
No, I'm not able to default.
Well, he's defaulting to refraction because you haven't given any rebuttal to refraction because you don't know what refraction is, or you would have dealt with this at the moment he said refraction 45 minutes ago. That's why you're having to deal with it again.
Wait a second. If you don't know what refraction is, how is he going to know what refraction is?
Good point.
He knows that.
Now.
No, it's not.
He knows that he's been out.
That it's so comfortable. It's that they have an explanation.
Pause.
Who has an explanation? Go ahead.
Neil's point is right. Why does he? How would he know what? If he knows he doesn't know what refraction is, how would he know it's different to refraction? Somewhere in his interactions, somebody in the back of his mind has pointed out that when a baller says refraction, not actually what means by refraction. He's not bothered to learn the argument. It's somebody in his past, maybe Obi-Wan Kenobi said it to him, and it can kind of half remember the argument, so it'll come out like, yeah, but it's not refraction. Anyway, I'm sure there was a point there.
I will say it is somewhat baffling that you're able to just default to.
No, I'm not able to default
so comfortably now.
No, it's not that it's so comfortable. It's that they have an explanation that.
Who has an explanation? And explanations are worthless, by the way, without demonstration.
It has been measured and does show to be the.
What's been measured?
The case. I've seen examples of refraction.
You've seen examples of refraction, have you? Where? With their glasses?
Into a glass of water last week, did Jeran?
Yeah, can I just point out two things? Number one, the audience is now listening to some nonsense about two guys going on about whether something is refraction or if it's refraction. Right? Right? When the actual thing was about two right-angled triangles.
Yes.
Nothing to do with refraction.
Yep.
Right? That isn't refraction. What they're addressing is not even refraction. That's number one. Number two, Jeran, right, was able to use the black swan, and it doesn't matter if he was efficient at it or not, he understood that the baller's comeback was refraction. So is he saying now his comeback for the black swan is Gabok refracting?
Gabok.
I was saying, it's Gabok.
It's Bagok. You can't even reverse that shit. Bagok. Refraction.
I was the same previous time when I said it wrong again.
Gabok.
Gabok refraction.
Jesus.
I think Jeran's just in a different faction when we talk about refraction. And refraction is totally different.
Wow.
Myself.
I
But
like
here's
the
where I want
way-
to go back.
Oh, God. What do you like the way what?
Brian says it. Instead of enunciating like it is like an animal sound, he tries to say it like it's a Gaelic word. Gabok.
Gabok.
Okay. We'll see you later. Gabok.
The village.
Has been measured and does show to be the case. I've seen examples of refraction myself. But here's what I want to go back to.
Can you define it? Because this is a false comparison fallacy. Refraction does exist, you dumbass cracker, but it has certain criterion that it has to meet before it can be stated as refraction. You don't have that in your fairy tale idiot atmosphere, son. You should have known this. I have been educating people on it since the late 2016. It took me later on, a few months after I got a handle on what was going on. Idiot.
Pause.
If people understand.
Pause. Brian, he's indicted himself. I've educated people on this. Have you educated Witsit on this back in the day?
Yes.
Yeah. There you go.
So he knows better then.
Oh,
boy.
It's been many times, because he was in there when I used to tear ballers apart. It's over 100. I can safely say over 100 times he's heard this. Yeah.
You just double indicted yourself.
Whoa.
Understand.
Waggy.
And that the latitude that you're at is your angle to Polaris. There's no getting
The
around.
latitude that you're at is your angle to Polaris. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You should stop on that note.
Yeah, I should. I am. Good job.
No. Give it a J and then stop on that note, because that is good. That is a beautiful welcome to Earth. So,
You want a J? You know what?
Yeah.
I'm going to pull a couple J's for it anyway. Let's go. So I already did one J. We'll go 2 full J's. I'm going to get it there. All right, here you go again.
You're able to just default to
No, I'm not able to
fraction
default.
so comfortably now.
No, it's not that it's so comfortable. It's that they have an explanation that has been measured and does show to be the case. I've seen examples of refraction myself. But here's what I want to go back to. If people understand that the latitude that you're at is your angle to Polaris, there is no...
There you go.
welcome
He's
to
seen
Earth,
examples.
Darren.
It's been measured.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Good, Adam. And then Brian.
Well, that was it. Welcome to Flat Earth, Jeran. I mean, you can check that one. I know that some people might say you can do sod all with an angle to Polaris, but as you've just confirmed, Jeran, yeah, you can define your latitude. That flat Earth elevation angle to Polaris will tell you your latitude. Brilliant. Welcome to Flat Earth, Jeran.
Yes, sir. All right, I saved it. That should be good.
Can I say something just before?
Interesting if Witsit can slam him on it, but I doubt it.
Can you say something before? Can you say something before Nathan closes us out?
Yeah, just at the end there, just about the fact that they're addressing this. They keep on going back to this refraction nonsense. What are much easier to understand? What's much easier to understand? Right angle triangle, or the topic of refraction for the everyday person? It's going to be, and for people who aren't that educated in the topic, right angle triangles, much easier for people to understand. Refraction is a convoluted topic like Coriolis, where nobody really knows what's going on because it's all being convoluted on purpose. And sometimes not on purpose, sometimes convoluted by boneheads. The point being is that it's a very convoluted topic. If you don't understand what it really is, you don't fully understand it, then for you it's convoluted. So it's just, here's a big wave of confusion for everyone. And nobody ends up any the wiser. It's like, what was those two guys? Remember, what's his name?
Ian. Frickin' frack. Tony and Ian.
No.
Seals and Croft. Simon and Art Garfunkel.
Captain and Neil.
Evan Costello.
It's Stig Zach.
You remember? Nobody's any the wiser. Remember the heavy fella and the skinny fella from back in the black and white era?
Laurel and Hardy.
Laurel and Hardy.
I was close.
Nobody's any the wiser. They're pulling the Laurel and Hardy on people.
Nathan, please, for everything sacred and holy, take us home.
Give us 2 more minutes, just because Brian said something quite intriguing, right? Because he's inadvertently summarised the entire show in our disagreement. That's QE and myself versus Adam and Brian with that last statement. But that's perfect, Brian. Laurel and Hardy. Right, if you've ever watched Laurel and Hardy, you'll understand this example perfectly. Because as you watch Laurel and Hardy, there's a question that you ask yourself. Is this chaos that you're watching as they swing around and smack each other with paint cans because they're idiots? And then you step back and go, no, to achieve this end took rehearsal after rehearsal after rehearsal after rehearsal to get it to be this good. Therein lies the discussion about, are they idiots, Laurel and Hardy, Jeran and Witsit, or have they rehearsed? Do they know what they're doing? Is this organised chaos to distract from the reality of flat Earth measurements that they keep bringing up like they're buzzwords, and not turning into the devastating bullets that they really are? They just dropped on the floor like they're not even worth anything.
Superchat.
Thank the Lord.
It's refraction.
Yeah.
Refraction.
Confuse the situation.
Where'd the super chat go?
I think that it is a new one. Roger Ledwell said, spoiler alert, the Black Swan is brought up.
Why are you guys doing this?
Don't anticipate.
They already brought the Black Swan up last time. Remember we dealt with it the last time? Didn't they?
I don't think so. I don't remember them. Yeah, maybe they did.
Who cares if they bring it up at the end of the freaking video? What does it matter?
Shut up, Neil. All right. Please continue, Nathan, and hurry up.
No, that was it. I was just saying Brian's eloquent point about Laurel and Hardy is so perfect. Because to the uninitiated, you're watching chaos. You're watching two idiots blunder around and smack each other with ladders as they spin around, right? But if you know what's really going on, you know the level of rehearsal that must go into that to make it like it is. So therein lies the question, what are we really watching? Because it's Laurel and Hardy. It's a comedy of errors. They're talking cockwaffle and nonsense. But occasionally you hear a buzzword that triggers you to think, could I unpack this into something sensible? And the answer 99% of the time is no. But they've got 2 hours of this, haven't they? Well, how is that even possible, you ask yourself? Then you go, well, it's easy. I could cockwaffle for 2 hours. Then you go, well, yeah, because you're very skilled, like Laurel and Hardy.
They're too stupid to rehearse. They're dead dumbass crackers.
Once rehearsal.
Yeah, they're dumbass crackers. They ain't rehearsing shit.
Who are you talking about, QE?
I'm talking about dipshit Hanoi Jeran and Boy Zero Skygrifter, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball.
What I would say, though, if your audience is confused, then they are not thinking clearly, and they haven't. If they're confused, confusion creates confusion. More confusion.
Statement, Brian. Do you want to start again?
Hell no. Yeah, he's a bit confused.
There's no clarity in it. There's no clarity in confusion, and that's why confusion is one of the heliocentrism's biggest weapons.
I wasn't confused. Every statement we went through, and they're dumbass crackers. No confusion.
Yeah, but you can't equate you to everyone else. You're in a unique position.
They have hoarded, they have corralled a load of dumbasses into a group, right? The Witsit, Ethereum, Jeran, Dave group, not Ballbusters, Globebusters group, right? The same group. These are all corralled people that are dumber than the two people we've just watched. Therefore, where Brian says, if you can confuse your audience, there is this assumption that these two intellectuals, if you're dumber than they are, and don't notice how stupid what they're talking about is, or isn't, in the case of some of the discussions, then you just think, these intellectuals have got me covered. But now we're in a period of pure confusion, rather than the Ethereans being led towards the free energy or whatever the frick they've been sold. Now it's just disarray and disharmony and arguments amongst the internal peers of Globebusters, in this case Jeran and Witsit. Like, this is a way to break up groups, like fragment them. Or you corral them into a group just to fragment them. That's what this is. We're not part of this group though, are we? We were separated from it. Now, at the beginning, there's not me personally, but plenty that were like, ostracized from the Globebusters group, and we're like, I want back in, I want to be part. No. You didn't. You were ostracized for a reason. You didn't need to be causing problems in a group that was being corralled, and that group is a bunch of sheep. Right? These are the shepherds, and now the sheep are confused because they're watching the shepherds argue.
Pizza's here. Go. End it.
Huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you for tuning in, liking, commenting, sharing, smashing the super chat, and all that good stuff. And of course, a massive thank you to all of the Ballbusters for making today's show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley. A massive thank you to Quantum Eraser, and we will see you all in the next Ballbusters.
Step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Earth so flat, plain, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Jeran said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he shilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they say you know me, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the fight. With this line, Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they say you know me, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling, what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot. Depot. Flat Earth, they say you know it, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on a 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. Go home.